Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? I was muted. I was talking. Nobody could hear the words coming out of my mouth because I was muted. But I'm not muted anymore. Hello, hello. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All these things to remember and stuff. It's just crazy. What's going on? Oh, look, an update for Stream Raiders. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Good morning, Casey. All right. If you're on Twitch side and you play Stream Raiders, we're loading it up, getting that started. So today we're going to be doing prepping for 3D print, and this could actually take the full stream. It's very possible. These tend to take a while, and this is a very complicated model. We've done a lot of really tried some new things that really worked out, but he's pretty much hollow. Like, for example, if we take a look at his arms, got nothing in there. So we're gonna have to spend time actually filling this in with material or figuring out how to cut it and weld it back together. So definitely a lot of things to do. We want to make sure that we get that right. Go ahead and get this going like that. All right. Good morning, Kit Kats. Hello, hello. Got my water, got my coffee. Are people at work right now? Are you guys at work, or are you home for the rest of the week? Good morning, Cardi. Get my glove on. You know, Christmas is around the corner, so Christmas is in 3 days. So just so you guys are aware, there will not be a Christmas stream. I'm just gonna be hanging out with fam, and yeah. So there won't be a Christmas stream. Just trying to take time off, but starting next week we're gonna be full swing right back into things, including YouTube and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, me, I still have to work for the next few days. Ah, I'm sorry, that's a bummer. Well, hang in there. Yeah, that's a bummer. Well, hang in there, but you know. Bonjour, Martin. Hello, buddy. Good morning, good morning. We'll just wait for everybody to come on in. In the meantime, we got Stream Raiders loading up. See if the update kicked through. It looked like it might have. That's okay. I'm off at 2:30 Christmas Eve, which is nice. Work surprise. Heck yeah. Ooh, let me show you something I made. Yeah, show me. I want to see. Throw it in the Discord. I'll load up the Discord. All right. Okay, Stream Raiders is good. All right, so we have a level 4 to do. So we'll wait a few minutes. That's gonna be a bit hard. Yeah. Couldn't remember where we left off, so we'll probably wait a little bit. So, okay. Oh yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you guys. Oh, you posted it. Cool. Let me take a look at it. Let's see. Artwork. Nice. Oh, cool. Nice. Here, I'm gonna show it. Yeah, D&D dice. Nice. That's really cool. I also like how you chose to go with a couple different colors. Very, very cool. I love it. And these are just molds you're using, right? Like, you're mixing the resin, and then it's a mold that gets cast, and then from there you end up painting and detailing them. Nice. Hey, Alan, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I am getting ready. Today we're going to be doing prepping for 3D print, so I'm really excited about that. But I'm doing well. Holidays are coming up. You know, doing what I can. Yeah, those are super cool, Kat. Oh, guys, I tried my hand at painting. Just a little bit, like legitimate painting. You're in a lot of Discord servers, so the notifications must kill you. Actually, I mute almost all notifications to my mobile phone, and I just pop in Discord once in a while. The only server I get notifications for is my server, so I know when you guys post. But for the most part, I just mute everybody else. But yeah, I have a few. I have a few. You know, for 3D Character Workshop, I got Inspires, I got Emmys, I got Wanderings, Peters. I have Anna Caroline, Pixelogic streamer, very talented artist who works in VR. Sculpt Kids. I got my daughters. Yeah, got a couple. Smartest, I'm in his, although he doesn't really post much. But yeah. I'm in a ton. Yeah, notifications can. All right, so I tried my hand at painting. Because you guys remember the Todoroki that I did, like 6 months ago? Feels like a long time. Okay. Here he is. Ended up painting him. And what's really cool is, thanks to Casey, she ended up picking me up some of this, medium glaze, in which really it's kind of hard to tell. It doesn't really do it justice, but I don't know, maybe you can get it to maybe I can get it to flicker a little bit. But the ice, that doesn't work. Never mind. The ice is like kind of shiny, and same with his eyes too. Yeah. Haven't you said you are bad at painting? Why are you lying to This is my second real attempt at painting. And I just, I don't know, Martin. I just try really hard to put my best foot forward. Yeah, I'm gonna put that there. Yeah, so glad the glaze worked. Yeah, it's not that, okay, so I'm not lying. I just, haven't really given it an honest go. Yeah, but I had to learn a lot. I watched a lot of YouTube videos and studied Wandering for like 3 months now to kind of get an idea on how I would even approach this. I've realized in my art career or my art journey that if you take your time and layer things, you can get decent results. Up close, I have a lot of issues with it, but as a whole, I think it's pretty cool. And I just tried some things, and some things didn't work, and some things did, so yeah. I need to send you some UV resin in a small bottle for things like that. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Okay. But yes. And also, too, I guess in a sense, I've been poly painting a lot in Zbrush, and I have a feeling that that's actually kind of rubbing off a little bit. But also, too, Martin, you've proven to me that I say I don't really do hard surface, but I guess I do. I just do everything. I do it all. That's it. That's the new stream title. Ian does it all. Honestly, I think it's just also too, I'm a fast learner. I pick up things really quickly when I have my mindset. That's kind of, my daughter's the same way. She'll sit there and say, I don't know how to do something, and then when she finally convinces herself to do it, she takes off. It's insane. So, kind of learning a little bit more about my learning process and stuff. But yeah. I can do technical stuff. Martin, you've taught me that. I can do hard surface. Martin, you've taught me that. Martin, you're the inspiration here, buddy, not me. All right. So we can't do Stream Raiders yet. New tile. Ian says he doesn't say he can. Yes. Yeah. Ian says he's... Yeah. Ian says he doesn't say he does, but he can. That's almost a tongue twister. Wow, that was crazy. Hey, Talent, how you doing? Hello. Morning. Yeah, I'm learning that a lot. Don't say you can't do anything, because then you'll do it, and then somebody will say you can't do it, or somebody will say, see, I told you so. And that's good. Actually, I like those I told you so's. J Crew, what's happening, guys? You want to try it? All right. Here we go. We're gonna go heavy. We're probably going to lose, but let's get it started. Doing well. This is looking awesome, by the way. Thank you, Talon. Yeah. I love that little gingerbread guy. Yeah. All right. So. Okay. We're just gonna put my best foot forward and let's give it a go. Yeah, that little gingerbread guy is so cute, Talon. All right. So we're done with all of this. Sculpted. And now it's time to prep for 3D prints. And I'm just going to say this is actually going to be very, very interesting. So I'm going to walk you through the entire process on how I prep for 3D print. And this could take a full 6 hours. So we're going to take our time, go slow with it. But I know I've been asked a lot about how I do things with 3D prints. And I know you guys are interested as well. So please, 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 if you have questions about what I'm doing, stop me, ask those questions, because I really want to make sure that I can answer those as well as possible. Because this process can get very complicated, and there's a lot of decisions that I'm going to make that are hopefully in the best interest of the piece, but in a lot of respect, there's going to be things that are just kind of on the fly. Yeah, let's try it. And you don't really know if it's going to work until you print it. So you kind of have to like take certain rules and certain ideas that you have about 3D printing and take all that into account when slicing. So right now we got 47 million polys, which is way too big. So we need to kind of pare down what everything is going to be, merge things together, do some projecting, get it dumbed down, and then start slicing. So let's get into it. First things first, I'm going to go ahead and turn on just the base. And this is, the base itself is probably going to be the easiest thing to do, but let's figure out a size. How big is Todoroki? Because there's some factors too with this cloak and stuff. So that's the big thing. You really want to make sure you can do things based on size. Well, that reminds me, Casey, I got to print that. I didn't start it, but I got to print the snowman for the snow globe project. Okay, so Todoroki is about 5.5 inches tall, which is a good size. So I think we will stick Grogu around 6 to 8 inches tall. I think that'll be good. Hey Ian, thanks for the Photoshop tutorial you did. It's really helpful for me personally. Perfect, Martin, dude, absolutely, hands down, buddy. I'm glad that was super helpful. That's what I want to do. No, I'm glad. That's awesome. Yeah, I was supposed to do that the week before, but life kind of kicked me in the face, so I didn't do it. Yeah, no rush. Yeah, I want to though, but yeah. I also want to print this project, but we'll get it. That snow globe's gonna look awesome. All right, so let's see here. Okay, so what I'm gonna want to do personally is I think this big rock here needs to be, this big rock needs to be on its own. So we're gonna go ahead and we'll rename this big rock or big boulder. Or we'll call this, I'm gonna kind of move my tablet over just a bit. We'll call this, I'm gonna want to merge Grogu's feet to this. We'll just call it main rock for now. Real inventive, I'm sure. Why don't you print it as big as possible? It's a special model. It really is, yeah. If I have a size that I could start with, that gives me an idea of if certain things are going to be printable at that size. Also, too, I'm limited on my ability to print big. Vegeta was the biggest, but I was able to do things with FDM, and I don't know if that's going to work here. So I'm actually choosing to stick at full resin this time. So that's going to limit the size for sure, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to limit how we cut it. We can still cut it and make it look really good. So that's the first decision, and I think resin's going to be the way to go to keep the weight in. Now you have all the pieces for the snow globe. I got the snow globe in the mail yesterday. Yay! Awesome. Hey, Inspire, dude. It's going, man. It is going. We're getting ready to print Grogu. So we're prepping right now. Okay, so we're gonna take this, we'll merge this piece down. Now this is one piece. We're gonna go ahead and rename this base. Like the actual base, so that goes underneath. Keenar! Morning. Okay. And we'll call this a smaller rock. Literally smaller rock. And then this one will be a medium rock. Medium rock. Real original naming today. Did Max love your Grogu? He did. Absolutely, yeah. He really liked it. Instagram liked it too, with over 4,300 likes. Probably that superseded my my Cthulhu banana sketch that I did like 8 months ago. It's crazy. I'll never understand the internet, I guess. But he did. He really liked it. He thought I did a great job with it. And then I talked about... so I did talk to him about 3D printing it. He did say that he would love it. He would love to have one. But I asked him directly on whether or not I would be permitted to release the files, and he did not answer that. So silence is sometimes a deafening answer. And so when it's official and I show him that it's printable, I'll ask him one more time, and try to get a direct answer out of him. But if he refuses to answer the question, then it's just going to be, I'm not going to, I just won't release it then at that point. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't made it's a fine line. I really want to respect it. So at the end of the day, yeah, I'll try to get a direct answer out of him. But he did like it a lot, and that's great. And yeah, it's been awesome. Okay, so now we have the rocks kind of renamed and broken up, so we're gonna leave those there. This is where I start pulling things out of its folder a little bit. So the pendant, that's the other thing too. Go here with the pendant real fast. We need to do that. We need to make sure that it's upscaled correctly. And so stuff like this, we're gonna have to make sure that this rope or the pendant itself gets welded to his jacket, or it becomes a separate piece. So we'll have to kind of figure that in when we get to it. Hell yeah. How was your guys' week so far? Tell me about yourselves. How's work happening? How's life happening? Okay, so we're gonna merge the saber together officially. I want to make sure that all that gets done right, so we're gonna go ahead and merge down like that. And honestly, I don't like working with color when it comes to 3D printing. So we're actually going to change this to a matte cat gray to really give us an idea of how the details are going to look. And we're even going to turn on occlusion, and we'll take this to like 10. That way it shows us a little bit of depth, but it's not overwhelming. And let's go ahead and save this as a 3D printed 01. 90s vibe that has. Oh yeah. Well, I'm off for 2 weeks, so that means I got lots of sleep and intimate time with Zbrush. Oh yeah, good job. Jam a day every day. Hell yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Zbrush. Oh, hi Zbrush. Okay, let's go ahead and saved successfully. There we go. What are you doing, Zbrush? Glad we saved it. Wasn't it always pajama day every day? Yeah, absolutely. Days have been fine. I took a day break from 3D and had game time, which definitely was a good decision. I had that day absolutely no motivation for 3D. Dude, I totally feel you. I did not stream or strum yesterday. I did do a YouTube video, but I didn't actually do any 3D. I took a break. Okay, so Zbrush does not want to respond to me at the moment. Okay, okay. There we go. There we go. Wake up, Zbrush. We're doing this. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and merge the pendant down with the necklace. Now we have the. Now let's rename this. So we're gonna go ahead and this is the dark saber. Are you guys caught up with The Mandalorian? No spoilers whatsoever, just a simple yes or no, because I freaked out. I was so excited for everything that happened. So, you guys are, then you know what I'm talking about. Okay, double checking, I didn't miss anything. No, Kinar, absolutely. I will personally tag you, Kinar. I will make sure I reach out to the stars if you're not here. Be like, get here! Oh my gosh, I feel like I have to sneeze. Not COVID, I promise. Yeah, and for everyone who loves games at Epic Game Launcher, Metro 2033 is free at the moment, and you can get it and keep it. Amazing game, highly recommend it. Nice! Sneeze, do it all over your screen. It went away. That's the worst feeling. That's so awesome. I'm glad that no, I'm glad that it's a free game. That looks actually pretty cool. I'll have to check it out. Okay. Let's go ahead and delete there. Perfect. Okay. All right. Now the fun part. So the pants, if we go ahead and look at everything, the pants is one piece. And these, so we can actually merge these two down together. And then that way we have his pants as a separate piece. Because that makes sense. Because even still, you could print this. You could print this upside down like this, no problem, and actually get good results. So that's what we'll do. We're going to keep that like that. Haven't played Alien Isolation yet, but I hear good stuff. Nice. How much hair can a woman have? Inspire. A lot. A woman can have a lot of hair. But so can men. So, especially these days. You guys, if you guys saw my newest YouTube video, you notice my little ponytail that's happening here. So, you know what I'm saying? Does happen. Kind of move things into place appropriately as needed. They'll kind of make it look good, even though we couldn't see the pants in the render. For 3D print, we really want to make sure everything gets merged as close together as possible. So when it welds clean and creates zero imperfections on the inside. And that's where Dynamesh really becomes our best friend. We're going to go ahead and save this. Takes me an hour to blow dry mine. Yeah, jeez. Yeah. Okay, well, Zelda has enough hair for 3 people. There's something like, so my hair is getting long enough where when I shower, I actually see hair down at the bottom. And now I have to like actually clean that little strain out. I didn't have to do that before, but I haven't seen a barbershop for a year. So I guess that's what happens. But yeah, Zelda has hair for days. Days and days. All right. Ooh, that's the other thing too. Let's make sure we hit auto groups. That way we can always come back and reselect when it's time. All right, let's take the undershirt. So this is where things get really interesting. So we have the undershirt here. And we have the buttons. So clearly we're just going to go ahead and merge the shirt and buttons together. That makes sense. But what we need to do now is kind of take a look at the body. Specifically Grogu's body. Ripped abs. So shredded. Like, what's his face? Kylo Ren. Alright, so we need to make sure that this part of his body and everything gets welded in correctly to the shirt. So what we're going to do is actually take his body and start pushing it in where it needs to be. The only way to go to sleep is with wet hair. Wait, hold on. Only way to go is to go sleep with wet hair. I'm telling you, in the morning your hair is gonna look like you are a member of a heavy punk metal band. That's so funny. I had to change the drain in my bathroom. Yeah, I pulled Cousin It out of it. And yeah, that's so funny, dude. I was rocking the shoulder length pre-COVID. Yep. Short now. You cut your hair, Cat? Nice. Yep. My wife and twins have hair down to the mid-back. Oh my goodness. Ooh, lordy.
There's hair.
Oh lordy. Well, the part of that sentence that's the most scary to me is the twins portion of that sentence. I'm just gonna say that's terrifying on its own, my friend. I don't know how you do it. Coming from somebody who has 2 kids. Twins? My goodness. Oh my goodness. Alright, so let's go ahead and just kind of... Okay. Really just kind of pushing and pulling where we need to. Yeah, sleeping with hair is bad for your pillows and health. Oh, yeah, I've heard that too. Although I've done it. Yeah. I hate cleaning drains, plumbing's the end day. I usually keep mine that length, Cardi, but I recently cut my hair to shoulder length. Been loving it since. I've always cut my own hair though, so I don't need to wait. That's awesome. What a fun conversation, Keenar says. Yes. Also shaved half of it off. Ooh, nice, nice. When I had to style it often for work, it was easier to have it shorter. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. I don't even drink. Oh man, I don't even drink, buddy. When COVID is over and you visit California one day, if I'm still here, who knows? We drink every day. Nah, we don't drink every day. I'd rather smoke weed than drink. That's just fact. All right. Getting all of this welded in there. We're just slightly moving it all around, making sure that all the connection points are as clean as possible to the shirt. Like that. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot to fix with this model in particular, so just going to kind of do our best to get it as close as possible. Indeed. Ian planning to move from Cali? Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. Like, looking for work right now, and with the holidays and everything going on, I've always been keeping my options open to see if I needed to get work from outside the state, because there's just nothing. We're going back under a lockdown again. We're kind of under a restriction lockdown again. Studios are shutting down, places are shutting down, so it does make it kind of hard to plan for anything at the moment. There's the hat. I was worried after today's YouTube that the hat was in danger. No, hat was not in danger. Yeah, just gonna freak you guys out. LA is a beautiful city. The problem with LA is what they pay you to live here versus what you actually need to live here are completely 2 different things. So it makes it hard, especially right now. Like, it's gonna sound weird, but at least places like New York, for example, they pay you the proper wage to live in the area. I mean, they take it all from you, but you can at least pay rent from the people I know and talk to who live out there. So here it's kind of hard. They give you $15 an hour minimum wage, but then they charge you $2,000 for a 1-bedroom. So I'm not really sure how to handle that. At least the government thinks 600 will make us all better. Yeah, at least. Yeah, I saw a meme actually. Oh, what was it? Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. It's the Bluths. What's that show? Arrested Development, where it's the mother who was just like, well, Michael, 600 could clearly cover 9 months of rent. Like, it was just like, yeah, that's about what you think, ain't it? So that was pretty funny. All right, so real quick, all these beautiful fibers on his head need to go away. They're not 3D printable. Nothing about those fibers on his head are 3D printable. So we have to get rid of those. Go ahead and, no, not merge. Gonna have to delete those. They're just too skinny, even at any size. It's not gonna work. And then here, we're gonna kind of push in a bit. Like such. Go to his head again. Kind of push that down. Make sure all that gets merged in. Like this, merge that down. Go ahead and actually merge it with the body. Merge, loop. Now we're starting to get somewhere. That's so crazy. I'm angry for everyone. I know, it's crazy. I've heard of people's establishing their own businesses of sorts and moving to the Midwest or the South or so and living well. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It's hard right now. Like, that's why, I mean, I'm just opening myself up to more freelance and commissions and really just trying to put myself out there. Cookies are an acceptable breakfast, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. No judgment. I was watching on Glassdoor how much Naughty Dog pays. It seems like Naughty Dog pays for environment artists in Santa Monica, $93,000. Sounds like a lot of money. Not sure how expensive Santa Monica is. Well, there's a lot of areas that you can live outside of Santa Monica. Santa Monica is kind of expensive, but yes, that is definitely, I mean, that's actually pretty good. To give you an example, when I was working as a graphic designer / mini sculptor, I was making about almost 40,000 before taxes. So that's gross, and that wasn't enough. Yeah, companies like Naughty Dog do pay well. It's getting into those places that does make it hard. Yeah, you're gonna get a job. That's all happening. Absolutely. I love it. I love it. It's happening. Yeah, studio apartments in Santa Monica start at $2,000 a month. Yeah, it really does. I know, for a little place to call your own. It's crazy, guys. It's all crazy. Just one step at a time. That's all we can do, right? But yeah, right now it's just it's under normal circumstances, it's a bad time to get a job. Like, you know what I mean? Like, usually around the holidays, nobody's hiring unless it's retail. And they're not really hiring right now because they just, you know, they're closing back down at 20% capacity. So it's crazy to me. So, you know, but also too, you know, I just keep putting my application out there, and right now I'm just open for commissions. So if anybody knows anybody who wants a statue, let me know. Manifestation is a powerful thing. Indeed. Absolutely. I so agree with that, Casey. Where the wind comes sweeping down the plain. Oh, are you... Oh, you live here in Oklahoma? Yeah. I have family out in Oklahoma. Alright, we're just going to kind of clean up some of the spots in the back here. Because now with the 3D print, they'll be seen a little bit more. So we want to kind of clean up some of this here. That. We're also going to do auto groups. to allow me to select this a little bit more. Do things like pull this guy out. Got a couple more minutes before Stream Raiders. Hopefully we win. I'll say. Putting that out in the universe. There we go. Little Grogu, he's so cute. Oop. Even as a Sith, he's cute. Yeah, Inspire Living Mid-America-ish is really cheap. Yeah, it can be, yeah. Yeah, and a whole lot of stress. It's a whole lot less stressful, yeah. Alright. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and we're going to merge down his body to his jacket. And I'm thinking that what we'll end up doing is actually making this... we'll end up making this like a seam line. A connection piece, so... Now real quick with his feet. I actually want to take his feet. And we want to bring it down to the main rock. And this part's important. So, because when we're going to do the print, we want to make sure that this stuff here is attached properly. So, I'm going to go ahead and grab this. We're going to use the move tool. We're going to pull this into the base of his foot. I mean, really just like shoving that in there. And on this one, we're going to go ahead and gonna split hidden. And then we're going to merge down the main rock to the 1 foot that we need it to be. As far as this foot goes, we'll actually stick that all the way back up top. And then we'll hide that. So this right here is going to be where we end up connecting his legs. Like Florida, but I really don't miss it. Oh, you're from Florida originally? I didn't know that. I enjoy living in a culturally diverse area. Yeah, California as a whole is pretty diverse, which is nice. Well, sorta. Oh, okay. Spent 15 years there. I totally got it, yeah. I spent a good chunk of my life here in California, but I have lived in other places like North Carolina. Actually, that's probably the only other place I've lived. Just lived all throughout California. Yeah, California is the size of a country, absolutely. Oh, yeah. You're not a fan of Florida? That's okay. A lot of people are not a fan of Florida at the moment. All right. Now, with his hands, we're going to go ahead and come up to... So we're going to take the orb. We're going to go ahead and turn his hands on. And now we're going to go ahead and merge his hands down to the orb, just like that. And then we also... What I want to do is actually move his hands down to his saber. Here's his dark saber. We're going to go ahead and merge that down as well. And then we're going to go ahead and grab this, and we're going to hide this one hand, and we're going to split hidden. You can already see at this point, we have this being one piece, and then we're going to go ahead and... Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Then we're going to have this hand as a separate piece. Now, what we really need to be careful with is how this connects. So the illusion here, this is literally being held by just one little spot. So this is going to have to be extremely lightweight, almost hollow even. We're going to want to make this work. Well, we'll see. We'll figure that out towards more of the end. Might be able to support it just a little bit more, or what we can do. Actually, what we can do. let's go ahead and just take his nail bed. Like this. Ooh, Stream Raiders. We're gonna take the inflate, and we're gonna inflate that just a bit more. Yeah, oh, that's already, I think that's already a lot. Perfect. That's gonna be good. So that alone right there should help us with the illusion that it's floating from every angle, but until we go really take a look at it. But that's gonna give it that floating effect in the actual statue, which is what we want. Go ahead and save it, and we got Stream Raiders happening. What did I miss? Let's see. I think it must be great. Must be a great place to visit, but living there, I think, stinks. Yeah, I have no frame of reference. I've only been to Florida in a layover of an airport, and I mean, it looked beautiful when I looked outside the airport, but yeah, I have no real frame of reference. If I miss anything, it would be the beach at night, December, February. It's the only time you can really enjoy the beach without a bunch of people. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, that's the same here. Yeah, if you have money, living there is great. Oh, I bet. Yeah, I bet. Okay, Stream Raiders time, guys. I lived here my whole life. I have to agree about the beaches. Nice. Nice. Well, it's good to have fun beaches. All right, so let's go ahead and let's give it our best. We have... How many units do we have? We have 25 units. Godspeed. Here we do. Here we do. Do it. Rum runners in the beach is fun. Nice. Let's do it. Let's do it. Only got a couple enemies. Doing pretty good, guys. We're doing pretty good. 2 more enemies. Do it. Shoot him. Shoot him in the face. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, nice. Take it down. Oh, we freaking did it. All right. We freaking did it. Freaking did it. Nice. All right. And the winners are Talon and Carde. Whoop whoop. Nice. When you live directly at the beach, you must have great air. Oh my gosh, yeah. What's a rum runner? I thought all right. I don't personally know what a rum runner is, but I assume people who get drunk on rum and run around. That's or somebody who actually imports, exports rum. That's probably the right one. There you go. It's a drink. Nope. I'm gonna do that. That would make the mutter more fun. That would have been, yeah. I thought it was a Florida thing. Nice. I'm gonna stick with my original answer. You get drunk on rum and you run around. That's a rum runner. All right, guys, that's good. And back to Zbrush. All right, here we go. Okay. All right, let's take a look at... All right, with this other foot, we're going to go ahead and actually bring that down to his pants. Okay, we're going to go to his pants. We're actually going to weld... I think we're actually going to weld his foot and his pants together. So that'll be his opposite foot at this point. So we're going to go ahead and merge down. Yep, say okay. Here we go. So that's one piece that way. And that actually would print by itself pretty good. Anytime you want to know how you think a print would or how a model would actually print, turn it upside down and think of the way you would support it. Because of the pointed toes, I would want to make sure that those actually get pointed upwards. So printing it in this direction is actually a pretty decent idea. So for now, that actually kind of guides me a little bit with how I want to print it. And yeah, I would say that's not too bad. All right. Speaking of his pants, we actually do want to fix a few things. We're going to go ahead and not inflate. Take the move brush. And I'm going to go ahead and adjust this a little bit. Like that. Actually, this might be a little moot because of his jacket, but now peace of mind says this actually might be a good thing to do. Okay, let's take his pants. Big push part in. Merge in texture sets manually because Substance doesn't do it for you. What are you guys up to? Nice. Prepping for 3D print. Getting this thing printed, baby. Getting a print. Reminds me of a SpongeBob meme. Oh, which one? All right. Gonna push that in a little bit. There we go. So I'm thinking that the pants and the where his body and pants meet, this would be a good merge, a good key spot to cut. Now his head is actually going to be very interesting with how we choose to do that. So, got some ideas there too. Let's go ahead and keep that there. Still asking yourself why Substance hasn't added that yet? Yeah, who knows? Adobe has control now, man. Okay, cool. And then the eyes, we're just going to go ahead and merge his body down with his eyes. Because clearly we're not going to want to print eyes. Not going to want to print eyes separately. That's just not going to work. Okay. So far, based on what we have, take a look at this pendant, by the way. Okay. Go ahead and scale this part down. Okay, with this pendant right here. Okay. What we're going to do is we're actually going to just bring this straight down. Oh, wait. Another part right here. Okay. Gonna make some executive decisions here. First things first is actually, let's auto group it so they have separate subtools. This is the main subtool here. We're gonna mask this off. We're gonna move this around. Actually solo this right now. So we're gonna actually have to merge all this together. So turn on local sim. Kind of scale this down a little bit. Okay. Substance in my mind is the worst and best tool I've ever come across. Oh, yeah. Oh, you put the meme in the Discord? Okay, cool. Yeah, I have a love-hate with Substance. I think we all do. I love Substance and I hate it too. I think that's just par for the course. Let's see. I'll pop this over here for a second. Too many things. Too many things everywhere. Oh. Got tagged in the wrong spot. Oh, okay, that's something else. Oh, there it is. Okay. Bloop. Don't use that word, SpongeBob. Okay. Hey, hello. Welcome in. All right. Yeah, that's a funny meme. I like it. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and kind of position this around so that it can merge to his body but still kind of look like a necklace. We're going to use the move brush. We're just going to actively push this around where we need it. Thinking around his jacket's going to be the best. As you can see here, literally just big old move brush. Kind of push that down just a little bit. Here. So ideally what we want to do is make sure that it's touching every part of the jackets that we need, or at least enough of it to hold on, but still look like what's going on. What is that ball in his hands? One of his force balls? Actually, I believe so. In the concept that I modeled this from, it was unclear, but if you are aware of The Mandalorian, there's a little ball from the Razor Crest that Mando gives to Grogu. And so I believe this represents that, but there wasn't a clear direction on that in the concept. So I really don't know what he intended with that, but that's the idea. I believe that's the idea. But I just gave it a basic shape. It could even be, it could even be like a thermal detonator at this point, but I believe that's the direction the artist had in mind. Thanks for the spoiler. Season 1, sorry. It's not much of a spoiler. But yeah. Go check out the show if you haven't. Everything here is not canon. What's going on here, this is just a concept. Alright. Let's kind of move this around. So this kind of will just fall like a necklace would. But we are prepping this for 3D print, kind of just going through. So if you have any questions about my process or how you could prep your models for 3D print, feel free to ask. A lot of little decisions that get made along the way. Does this character exist in the comics? I don't know. I don't know officially. I believe this is just a concept idea from an artist who just really loves the show. But what type of material will you print in? I'm going to be printing this in resin, so UV resin. I have an Epax X1, which is the equivalent of like an Elgu Mars or an Anycubic. So I will be printing this whole thing in resin. Sometimes I'll do mixed media with FDM, but for the most part, this will be resin. Working on Grogu more. Yeah, so we're cutting and prepping for 3D print. Cool, yeah. Right now, I'm going through each and every one of my subtools and kind of making sure how each tool should print, how to join them together, and I'm starting to kind of just look at the model on how I can break it apart. There's a lot more technicality to it, so I just kind of want to make sure that I evaluate each piece and see how each piece is connecting with itself. So for example, here, his jacket's kind of touching his body, but there's too many holes. So I need to kind of take a look at that and see where I would need to fill it in and whether or not the part would properly be merged together. Because that's the thing, with 3D print, you want it all to be watertight. So you kind of have to go through each and every piece of your model and see which parts can get merged together and which parts should stay separate. Would you be able to create your own Marvel collectibles if you wanted to? Well, that would... I mean, I can create my own fan art, but I mean, unless Marvel were to hire me, I couldn't necessarily do anything for selling purposes. Let's not move that part there. I want to look at the jacket as a whole. Let's take a look at the jacket as a whole and see which parts can get merged and which parts should stay separate. So like his cape down at the bottom, so take a look at everything. It's what we're starting from, and we're also building an anti-gravity base at the same time, so the illusion that the model itself is levitating, even though it won't be. It'll be supported in like a tripod fashion. Fan art to 3D print and keep your own studio. You mean can I do fan art for 3D printing on my own and create my own studio? That's how I understand the question. Now, fan art's tricky. I don't recommend selling fan art, actually, without proper license, because it's not your original IP. I've kind of discussed this before, but it's more of you open yourself up to legal issues, at least here in the States. I know there are some artists who sell their fan art because it's your kind of own take on it, but I feel like there's a legal gray area, and I've had bad experience in the past with a few companies, so I tend to stay away from that. Okay. We also need to keep in mind, too, with where things print, where things are touching. So, like, right now, let's take the base. Let's turn the base off. We take a look at his... We take a look at his hand very closely. We can see that it is intersecting with his cloak a little bit. So we're either going to need to move the cloak or merge them. And I think moving the cloak would be the ideal. So we can go ahead and just take the move brush and kind of push that out the way. There we go. We don't want this part touching either. So we'll do something like that. You'd have to move to China. Yeah, probably. Do you get big companies chasing after you or trying to sell fan art then? You can, yes. I worked with a company about almost 2 years ago. And was it 2 years ago? Well, when the first season of Mandalorian came out, Disney had no toys whatsoever. So I was commissioned to sculpt a fan art base of the child. At that point, we were just calling him Baby Yoda. We ended up calling it Baby Alien, but we got pegged from Disney saying it was too close to their likeness, so they sent us a cease and desist. So we ended up making money. They didn't ask for anything, but we did end up having to stop selling at that moment, which is normally where it would go. So if you were selling a bunch of fan art, and that company decided to say you're using our IP and you can't do that, you'll usually just get a cease and desist. And at that point, yeah, exactly. At that point, you kind of pat yourself on the back, say you did a good job to get a cease and desist. But that's where you really gotta, like, in my opinion, take a step back and say, okay, I need to stop, because if you continue to sell after the cease and desist, you open yourself up for major legal issues and blacklisting. So it's a lot of complications there. I say that if you do fan art, putting it on sites like Patreon are good, because it's more of supporting the artist, but you still have to be careful a little bit. So yeah, it's all a gray area. I just say proceed with caution. I've sold fan art in the past, but now my stance is try not to do that so much. Yeah, if it's close enough to their likeness, exactly. Yeah, it was a year ago, and that was last Thanksgiving, Christmas. It was a year ago. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, hang up the cease and desist letter on your wall, bro. Yeah. Actually, here's a little funny additive to that story was when you Googled Baby Yoda or the child for about a week, we were the first model. In fact, I do have it. I will show you guys in full what that looks like. Full camera. This is my little take on him about a year ago. And then we were told to stop. This little guy. Drinking those little sippy sip. Little chicky nuggies. Yeah, so now he just sits on my shelf where he belongs. So yeah. Or in this case here, this is, so this is true fan art, but I'm working with the original artist, and so I asked him specifically what we should do, and he allowed me to sculpt it, but it kind of stops there. So, again, we just proceed with caution on every little thing. Okay. So speaking of intersecting, we're gonna take this, make sure this touches here. So this jacket actually looks pretty good for the way it's connecting with his body. Let's actually hide body real quick. Where is it? Actually just hide that real fast. So what I want to do is come in here on the inside and make sure that this is properly stitched together. Got him on your desk, yeah. No print? What do you mean no print? This guy will get printed. I just don't know if I'll be able to actually give the STLs for this character like I want. Okay. We're actually gonna hide his arms like this. And then let's turn his body back on. And let's go ahead and actually start merging some of these together. So with this jacket here, let's merge down with his collar. Like that. Then we'll move this down to his body. And then we'll merge his body down to his jacket. So we're actually going to go rename and call this body. Now let's actually save it. We haven't saved in a while. And you can notice too, I'm still working with a full high res. I'm just grouping things together. The concept artist, be chuffed to have you sculpt some of my illustrations. You're super skilled. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. I found this today and I'm super jelly. I'm always looking for collaboration and stuff like that too. You know. Let's click this. What we got? Ooh, this is cool. Nice, man. Wonder if they're gonna print it. Dang, that's really nice. Yeah, that is really nice. This is really cool. I like the expression and feel of it. That's really cool. Yeah, Ian is crazy in a very good way. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm always looking to, like I said, I'm open for freelance and commissions. So if you guys know anybody or have projects you want built, you know, feel free to DM me. Check out my Discord. Martin, if you don't mind dropping the Discord. Check out the Discord. Feel free to reach out. Because yeah, I'm always looking for stuff like that. First thing that comes, the first thing that comes to your mind and is printable. First thing that comes to my mind and is printable. Yeah, that is it is a printable. Yep, that's the first thing. I wonder if I could print that. Because that's the thing. I love toys, and I mean that's what I do. I'm a freelance toy sculptor. Primarily statues. I'm starting to get into articulation and more hard surface. And yeah, I just want to... I feel like there's something special about enjoying a piece of art that you could pick up and touch and move around. I feel like there's something really unique about that kind of separates... You know, it's like I have this beautiful illustration of Deadpool that was a gift. That was hand drawn and I love it, but I just look at it. But with a print, I could pick it up, I could touch it, and I could see it, and I can interact with it. And I feel like that's a really cool connection that I don't think you get from 2D illustration. Although don't get me wrong, I love 2D illustration. I'm not knocking it because I love art, but yeah, something really unique about being able to pick something up. It's cool. Thanks, Martin. Okay. I gotta ask myself if this is one piece or not. And this is a big important part with 3D printing, especially for toys in general, is would I be happy with this or should I print it like this? And there's actually a big part of me that's screaming print it like this because I can hide the arm keys on the inside and actually have an easier time filling the inside up with holes, with like more material and sealing it, making it watertight. So we're gonna go with that. Let's merge that down. Let's go ahead and save one more time. I 3D printed a shitty little desk that I put tiny things on. I'll put it in the Discord. Yeah! I like that. The head separate too, right? Yes, the head is going to be separate. But what I'm going to do, because if we look at the head, for example, let's go ahead and auto group this quick. So with the head right now, the way it is, I'm going to end up making a special key that basically cuts something like this. So it'll basically be a key like that that then interlocks into the rest of the body. So, but as far as getting it all grouped together and watertight, we'll first end up doing that, and then we'll duplicate certain parts off, and then create the head separately. But we won't get to that portion until everything is at least in the proper pieces that I needed. I'm also a digital sculptor modeler, primarily for 3D print, so I'm definitely going to join your Discord. Awesome, thanks, dude. Yeah, and there's a lot of knowledgeable artists in there as well, more than myself, so jump in there and you just a bunch of guys hanging out, a bunch of artists hanging out, having a good time, sharing knowledge. Yeah, it's perfect. Okay, so for here, what we're gonna do is turn these, we're gonna turn the armor buttons. Okay. We're gonna turn these two on, merge these down together. So the skirt, and we're gonna try to see what that looks like with the pants. We're gonna go ahead and merge this down to the pants. Yeah. And we'll end up cleaning this up a lot. And we'll make this a separate piece. Again, I'm looking on how to print this, and ideally I'll be printing this upside down. So when this prints, this can actually print with very minimal support, actually, which would be really nice. So that's how I'm considering. We'll probably have to thicken up the skirt a little bit to make it printable the way we want. But we'll see once we get to the sizing process. I won't finalize anything until after I know it's all going to work. So, yeah, really great people in there. Yep, absolutely. Just guys being dudes. Yeah. That's not what I meant, I promise. Just people being people. Okay. There we go. Guys and dudes. Being guys and dudes. Dudes. Alright. Hello. This song always gets me. Ayo, ayo. Classify it as one of my theme songs. Alright. There we go. We also want to keep in mind too, only fix the things that you absolutely need to fix. If it's going to get cut, like for example right here, this portion right here, we're not really going to need to clean that up because we're going to create a key with that piece. So there's no need to focus on how that is going to interact with each other. Do need to see what happened here. Looks like this got a little wonky. We can clean this up real quick. My bad. Yes and no. I need to get one. Hold on, let's see. Are you 3D printing people giddy about the new layer tech on their map? Oh no. Friend of mine has one, but the scan isn't that great. But I know I could find some clever uses. Nice. Just Dance live stream with that song? Maybe. All right, I'm just kind of cleaning this part up for a second. That's the thing too, when prepping for 3D print, this gives you the opportunity, if you rendered something out and the render looks great, but then you start noticing flaws, it's your opportunity to go back in and actually make it perfect. Because with 3D printing in general, people who do interact with it will notice things that are wrong. So you want to make sure that you kind of get that opportunity to come in and fix some things that maybe you missed in the render but wasn't important at the time. So, like, I noticed the small imperfection that I didn't notice in the render. So we can go in and clean that up. Also going to get smooth stronger to kind of fix that issue. Now let's go ahead and grab the sander brush. And we're going to go ahead and kind of mask this off right here. Isn't there like a clone stamp brush here? Hold on one second. I can't remember what it's called, but I'm pretty sure Zbrush has like a... It's not a history recall, but it is a brush that allows you to sample. What's that called? Oh, next versions would probably improve on the tech. Definitely a better option for the expensive. Enar says, bless you. Really need to get more into photogrammetry. I think that's where it's really at. They did add something like that. I haven't used it though. Yeah, me neither. I'm trying to think of what it would be called, so I'm just looking. Is it extractor? Let's see here. If you hold control anytime you're looking for something, it'll actually tell you what that thing is. Contains most of the several brushes. These probably controls the shape of your brush. No, that's not it. Extractor controls the shape of your brush. See, it lowers as. These most. Let's try that. What was that? That can't be right. Let's see. First could be said. Maybe that's not it. Because I'd rather just sample. So let me take a look for a second. See what it is. Let's see. Back that up a little bit. Yeah, I haven't used it either, next though, because that's the... That can't be right. Let's look it up. Let's just Google it real quick. When in doubt, Google it. That's my philosophy, at least. Let's go to Google. And we'll type in ZBrush. Like clone stamp brush. Extractor brush. So it is the extractor brush. And it looks like Stream Raiders is ready. I'm gonna mute this real quick, but I'll just skim through it. This is what I remember seeing. So if you take the extractor brush and you extract it. Oh, okay. Okay. So if I take the extractor brush. That doesn't do it though. Why isn't that doing it? I have to hold Alt? No, that wouldn't make sense. Let's pick a standard brush. Let's take the extractor brush. See, that's not doing it. That's just doing a standard stroke. I don't understand. I know you need to press G for... Oh, okay. Is that what it is? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's mapping extraction. Okay, cool. Dude, thank you. Awesome. Well, while that's freaking ZBrush out, let's go ahead to Stream Raiders, and let's do that. Battle time. Yeah, I've never used that brush. That's the problem with ZBrush. There's so many brushes. So many. Ooh, Talon's going with the kills. Look at that. Just murdering at this point. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Got 3 more enemies. We're just walking. Oh, Carly dead. No. 6 kills. TWC. Blank is coming in hot with those kills. Come on, let's do it. We know we did it. We know we did it. All right. All right. Let's do it. Ooh, I can collect stuff. I like collecting stuff. All right, we're boss time, guys. Boss time. Like a boss. Talk to corporate. Here we go. Gonna put that there. All right. And let's see. Play, music, play. Oop. All right. Go back to Zbrush. And let's give this a go. Okay, so. Okay, we're gonna solo. We did solo. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's so cool. Look at that. Man, all right, press G. Thank you so much for that. Neo Geo 3D, thank you so much for that. That was a good tip. All right. Beautiful. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. Ooh, I wonder. Because this side is actually not so flawed, we're gonna press G. I'm gonna scan this area right there. Let's give this a shot. Oh, I just learned something too. Let me see. You don't have to, I held G down. You shouldn't do that. Ooh, hey, Zbrush, calm down. Don't yell at me, buddy. Does anyone know how to deselect texture maps? You don't need to export in Substance. How to deselection texture maps? Wait, in Zbrush or in Substance? Oh, say okay. What you're asking is how to deselect texture maps you don't need in Substance. You just I believe you could just uncheck them. Yeah. Ooh, guys, I think I crashed Zbrush today. We are working at 60 million polys. Oh no, there it is. Hey, Janai. There it is. Okay, we're gonna save this. Okay, so don't hold G, just press G when you're gonna use the extract brush. Now I wonder, does the extract brush work when you lasso something? Let's find out. If I were to lasso this section right here, because now you're working with less polys. Press G and read the extraction. It does. Okay, cool. Where are the checkboxes? There should be a little drop down on the left of for your map. If you don't get in a few minutes, I can load up Substance with a model, and then I can show you. Unless next you happen to grab a screen grab. All right, extracting map is extracting. This is actually a really cool brush. I think I'm going to use it more often. Look at you. Thanks, buddy. And ZBrush seconds. That is 48 seconds. Very cool. All right. Now we're going to come over here to this side. No, interesting. Interesting. Doesn't like that for some reason. Well, well, well. Okay. Yeah, no big deal. It's really a minor thing, so we can go ahead and fix a couple things real quick. We'll take trim dynamic, for example. Kind of flatten that out a little bit. There we go. Standard brush. We can just kind of fill that in. There we go. All right. Take the clay build up again. There we go, there we go, there we go. Just clean up some of those holes. Take our move brush. Kind of push things down where they need to be. There we go. Move that out. There, that looks better. That looks better. Cool. All right. Save one more time because we're crashing things. All right, now what we need to do is take a look at, so we have the, let's take a look at everything and kind of see where it's at and how it looks separate. Okay. This right here in particular, let's quickly just merge down his arms. We'll call this arms. Go. All right. What I like to do is I like to come over here, kind of back it up a little bit, hit Shift X. It kind of blows everything up. Hit F on the keyboard. Now it shows us all of our separate pieces. So I need to merge the pendant to his body. We're going to end up cutting his head out when we need to. And then from there, yeah. Everything else is starting to look pretty good. Okay. Shift X again. Bring it all back together. And this is a pretty heavy file, so we need to start actually kind of dumbing things down a little bit. So the way I like to do it in my process is I like to Dynamesh a duplicate and then project back any details. But also we have new brushes like contrast brushes, which help us add detail later, so I'm keeping those in mind as well. Go ahead and pick this. We are going to duplicate his body real quick, hide everything. Now this is where it's going to get fun, is we are going to grab there we go. I'm going to grab the pieces that we want cut off. So what music has everyone been jamming to? Oh, just Dua Lipa, Taylor Swift, 9 Inch Nails, to name a few. Recently, movie soundtracks has been Precise Hans Zimmer and the 28 Weeks. Ooh, 28 Weeks theme soundtrack. Heck yeah. Big band music, yep. Yeah, those contrast brushes are sick, aren't they, Knox? I love them too. Okay, we're going to go ahead and actually, we're going to split this hit in. So we're kind of doing something a little different here with this body. What we need to do is actually kind of cut. We need to cut his head now. So I'm going to grab this real quick. Got the move brush. Okay. All right. The very first thing we're going to do is actually we're holding on to the duplicate, okay? But we're not going to merge them back together just yet. What we will do is with this guy here, we're going to duplicate his body one more time. Now, I like to use Dynamesh Master anytime I'm Dynameshing something together for 3D print. It's a free plugin and it works great with ZBrush. It's better and more controllable than Dynamesh itself just because it scales everything up, merges it all together, and then scales it back down to its original size, so you can get away with a lot. So what I'm going to do before we make a cut to remove his head, we're going to go ahead and take Dynamesh Master. Let's go ahead and put that on the side here. I stick this to about 2 million, and then we're going to go ahead and hit Dynamesh. We're going to do no blur, and fingers crossed we don't crush ZBrush. This is a big. Nice. Big band music is great background. It really is, yeah. I wish more big bands were actually royalty free. All right. So, you look at the original copy. Go ahead and hit solo. So, original copy, if we zoom all the way in here, look at his wrinkles on his head. Original copy, new copy. So 6 million, 1.4 million. So now what we get to do is actually take these two, select your old one that's now Dynamesh together. I'm going to go down to project, which, yeah, you guys can see that. Go ahead and hit shift M so you can see a little bit better. Project all. You don't have to worry about the color, but just go ahead and click that. This will take all the grid and try to project those to your dynamics first. Getting rid of the factor. All right. So now if we look at the, let's go ahead and turn off the magnifier. We look at the original. Here's the original. And then here's the Dynamesh version, original Dynamesh version. So this is a lot better, and it's should be pretty much watertight, so we could check that. Go ahead and just select and take a look at the inside by turning on double, which if you don't have double in a shortcut, just come down to display properties on the right-hand side. When you have double, turn that on and off. You can actually take a look at the inside of the model and make sure that while there are overhangs, we're looking for is pieces that could get intersected or not welded correctly, but all of this is looking pretty clean on the inside. Open it up. This means that when we take it to our slicer, it'll actually look at the inside and project it as being, or not project it, it will recognize it as being solid because there are no holes on the inside. And that's what we want. So that part's good, which means this is a really good, clean Dynamesh model. We're going to go ahead and save this as version 2, and then we're going to go ahead and delete the original version. Ever been to a show? Super rare out here. No, unfortunately not. I think the latest concert was a Slipknot concert. Nice. I've never been to a Slipknot concert. Have friends who have gone. They said it was incredible. Can't even remember. What was the last concert I saw? What was the last concert I saw? I think it was a small little band. But like big concerts? No, not really. Nothing. It's been a while. Oh. No, nothing. No, with Casey I did we did a little show. Half ago. Yeah, I think it was the, oh yeah, we saw, oh yeah, yeah, it was, you're right, yeah, the Billie Eilish was at, that's right, we did see Billie Eilish. We didn't see Billie Eilish perform, but we saw her there. Yeah, obviously the it was yeah, that's right, that's all coming back to me now. It's all happening, coming back now. You come back now, kid. All right. All right, all right, all right. What's that? I wish it was her show. I know. Yeah, yeah, that would have been amazing if it was her show. Okay. So now, okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and now delete this full one here. Now we have the jacket as a separate piece, but we still need to merge his body together. So what we need to do now is take the Dynamesh version. No, I'm sorry, not the Dynamesh version. All right, you need to take this version right here. Actually going to... I'm gonna go ahead and hide this part here. Go. Removing what I don't necessarily want. Like this. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's about what I'm thinking I'm going to want to cut that as. Now, this is just the body that we're going to be using to weld into the jacket portion. So this is not the Dynamesh version we just spent doing with Grogu's head. We're just kind of removing parts that are in the way. Yeah, this should be fine. Let's go ahead and we're going to delete hidden. So I have a shortcut for this. You come on down to my little drop down, delete hidden, and we can close holes. We get something like this now. We can actually take this and merge it with the jackets. Quick, let's clean it up just a bit. In fact, let's actually, before we do that, let's just hit Dynamesh Master. Because this body's not going to be seen, so we don't care about the details on the inside. We are just trying to remove what's not necessary. Like that. Something like that. Go like that. Delete hidden. And close holes. Go. And then go ahead and Dynamesh Master again. It's a little bit of trial and error. What we're trying to do is just kind of clean this up a little bit to get just a little bit of filler for the jacket. Not too worried about how it sits just quite yet. Go. Let's take the jacket and let's go ahead and merge that down. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Gonna hit auto groups. Make sure that we group everything together. Come on. Here we go. And let's go ahead and take the move brush, kind of move his body up to intersect where we need it to. As you can see here, this is just a little bit of a, it's like figuring out a puzzle that's not solved yet. Okay, Zbrush is yelling at me again. Yeah. Wish you saw I prefer the intimate settings of smaller concerts. Yeah, I do too. I love small concerts. But we saw, yeah, Haley Blaze and a super small venue near your old place. That was fun too. Yeah, that's the one I was remembering. Probably because that one was a lot more fun. Okay. Okay, Zbrush. Do me a favor. Work with me here. Zbrush is freaking out. Okay. Come on. Okay. What are you doing? Alright, I may have to restart ZBrush. I have a few features that just don't want to work. You want to save the project. Yeah, this is the one time I'd actually say, yeah, you want to save a project. We'll call this Grogu. Project. There we go. Yeah, saving the project when we're working with such a big file that crashes like this are inevitable. They will happen. So you want to make sure that if you're able to save somehow, some way, but the error I was getting was that every mouse click I was doing, it was just rotating the model, but not actually engaging with any button. So when in doubt, restart it. Okay. And we'll go ahead and we'll go to File, Open, Darth Grogu, Printable. Here's a project. Now, the problem with projects, and this is why I don't say projects too often, is that it remembers everything. And it can even remember your history if you set that up correctly. In this case, I think I just kind of broke it, so... Go. Now we can just continue right where we left off. Just totally fine. So something like that is pretty good. Problem. So it gives us a little bit of filler to the piece right where we need. Now you can see here, if I look on the inside, this jacket itself, there's plenty of room here where it is not connecting. So we're going to have to go in and fix all that and make that one solid piece as well. But that's easy to do. You can actually bring in a sphere and move it around and fill in those areas that are not going to be visible when the model's put together. So we don't have to go in there and try to move the jacket around. At this point, we can just come in and say, the only part that's going to be visible is when it clicks in the front and the back. So I'm literally going to take like a sphere and kind of shove it in the back side and get that working out pretty well up in those little cavities. But we'll deal with that more towards the end of it. I get this glitching all the time where it's like Alt is being held down. Yeah, just tapping Alt once fixes it. So weird, but it's been around for years. Yeah, that's the first thing I do is I click Alt, like tap it real quick. Not quite sure if it's a sticky keyboard thing or if it's just a ZBrush thing. But like you said, it's been around for a while. And yeah, I've noticed that too, so. All right. So now the other thing to remember is how the body is interacting with his head and where I'm going to want to make that cut. So what I like to do here is kind of mask off the points that I'm not going to need, and I'm going to go ahead and kind of push this down just like this. Go ahead and solo that out. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit the H polish and try to relatively flatten this area out, making this clean enough. Smooth it. Go ahead and hit smooth, stronger. Get a nice clean surface. And then I'm going to use this against his head when we cut. So I'll be using the actual model itself to become a cutting tool. Go ahead and take the inflate brush. Kind of inflate some of the areas that are intersecting. Down. Come through, just lightly hit it. Actually changed not from skin shade but to matte cap. There we go. It's probably a feature. Yeah, it is. I love ZBrush features, guys. I have a lot of them. All right, we're going to go ahead and inflate here as well, sealing up that gap that we noticed. And then let's go ahead and take the H polish, slightly clean this area up. Move tool. So really, inflate, move tool, H polish, and smooth are the big go-tos when trying to weld these things together. And also, too, you want to try to make your cuts as simple as possible, but with seamless cuts, meaning that you're not going to see where those cuts are. You really have to just kind of take your time with the approach. And this can take an all-day, this is an all-day job. So, kind of just want to make sure you take your time with each piece. No need to rush it, because if you do, then a lot of times you'll just get failure. Yeah. Okay. All right, so we're going to have to focus on welding all of that together soon, but for right now. Now for Grogu and the Dynamesh version, all we're really going to do, so I think let's take the lasso brush. We're actually going to cut it right here. This. Okay. Gonna take that. We're gonna go ahead and check it with making sure all that intersects, which it does. So when we go to cut against it, it's gonna help. And then we'll go ahead and just hit delete hidden, and we're gonna close holes. We're not really worried about anything right now. We just want his head to be a separate piece. We'll finesse it later. And maybe take off that section, close holes. Take this section off, delete and close holes. Again, check it against. Go. And move this forward a little bit. That's the song reminds me of Bloodsport. Kumate. 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 I'm just kind of bringing his neck up a little bit. Go, kind of kicking that in. There we go. This will make sure that when we cut against it, that it's actually pretty good. Hey, what is going on, Sculpt Kid? How you doing, buddy? How's daddy life treating you? Right. Something like that. Go. Oop. All right. Now his head's a separate piece, and we'll clean this up once we get a better idea of how that's going to go. Now his arms as well, again, those are separate, but we do want to merge those down with the hands. So we're going to go ahead, take his hands. We're actually going to lasso out and split hidden, but you can't do that if you have subdivisions, so you have to delete or freeze. In this case, deleting is fine. We want it high res. Go ahead and split. Don't speak about Kumite. Mom's visiting, and I'm back to work and tired AF. Yeah, absolutely. How's the prep work going? The prep work is going well. We'll be done with it today for sure. But the prep work is going really, really well. Just, you know, walking through the process, living the life, man. All right. Now what we want to do, so I like to name the characters, I like to name the limbs of the character based on theirs. So while this is my left, this is his right. So I will rename this right arm, because it's the character's right. And then, of course, the other one will be named left arm. And now, of course, that's going to help me with the hand, so I'm going to move up the hand to the left arm, and then we'll go ahead and merge that down. We'll go ahead and click merge, merge down to his hand. So now that's one piece. And then we'll do the same with his saber arm, which is, where are you, buddy? There it is. It's up to his right arm, and we'll merge that down like such. Now keeping that one piece. Now reality has it that I actually might have to break the saber up into a couple pieces based on the size and scale of the character, but we can do that easier with hard surface cutting using like boolean and planes than we could the way I'll be doing his body. So sometimes I'll use two different methods of cutting and keying, but for right now we'll keep this like that. Keep that a separate piece. Want to catch up this weekend? Yeah, that actually makes sense, dude. Let's do it. Yeah, only 2 weeks of paid time off, and that was my vacation time too. Ugh, man. Sorry, buddy. All right. Stream Raider time, guys. Stream Raider time. So let's go ahead and save this. You can see now we have half of a Grogu floating. Darth Grogu, though. This is how Frieza lived for a while. Just saying. All right, here we go. Battle time. Boss time. You do this. Ooh, that music paused itself. That's nice. Love it when that happens. What brush do they use for the clay look when using thick skin? Oh, I'll show you. Inspire. There's a certain brush. Yes, I can. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. These are gonna be easy. Come on, buddy. One more enemy. Just hit him in the face already. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, easy. Yeah, I think it is called skin clay as well. I'll show you right now, though. I know what it is by looking at it. All right, the winners are TWC Blank and Kit Kat. There you go, guys. Boss is defeated. Got a new one happening. We went top last time, so let's go boss. Very easy, it says. Okay. I have level ups. A paladin. There we go, there we go, there we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Campaign in progress. New battlefields. I'll put my paladin down because it's so easy. There we go. There we go. Yeah, let me show you the full model. There he is. Look at this beautiful, beautiful Grogu. Now for the, leaf, it is called, yep, thick skin clay. That's what Nexnox said it was. That's what it is. And yeah, for the clay look, so if I wanted this to look like a clay statue, go ahead, go to thick skin, turn that on, beef that up a little bit. And then now to remember with the thick skin clay brush, if you go one way, then you go the other way, it gives you two different looks. So try to keep it consistent, going one way to another. But yeah, you can kind of just paint it around, or you can wiggle that however you want. And let's say you hate that, drop this all the way down to 0, paint back over it completely. You don't have to hit Control Z if you don't want to. I mean, you can if you want to, but you could just paint that all back. Turn it off. You're good to go. So if you want to do Control Z, of course you can. So in Control Z, if you look over here on the left-hand side, if you Control Z enough, it turns it off the way it was. So it does remember, it does count turning thick skin on as an actual action. Good. So just keep that in mind. All right. But yeah, Sculpt Kid. If you didn't see it, here's the full model. all of its glory. Here is it even rendered. 57 million polys, all this detail that we're now slowly dropping down. And it looks glorious. And we're almost done splitting it up into the chunks that we want. Then the real problem, I mean fun, is going to begin. Cutting for a 3D print can be kind of a infuriating process sometimes. So that's why I stress take your time, nice and easy, nice and slow. Okay. McBobble says. Hello, buddy. All right. So what we're gonna do now is start filling in some of these pieces with either a sphere or cylinders to make them a bit solid, clean them up, and then start adding our keys and cutting against itself. So let's go ahead and do that. And what we can do is we can just go ahead and pull up an IMM brush. The IMM defaults, IMM primitives work out just fine. You could just drag the sphere out. And we can go ahead and kind of manipulate this however we need to. There are multiple ways to fill it. You could try capping off as well. But I find that getting a sphere, some actual material, and just kind of shoving it in there is an easy solution. But depends too. Sometimes when you have a hollow part and then you dynamesh all the areas together, it kind of welds itself and clears the inside. But this is pretty complicated. I feel like this is the easiest approach. And what we can do now is we can actually go to our subtool, go ahead and split mask points off, hide everything with the exception of the right arm, turn on transparent, and now we can kind of get a better look how it's intersecting. That way too, we can subdivide this up or dynamesh it however we need to, and clean up some of the areas. By the way, guys, I'm really glad that the YouTube videos are working out for you guys. So I have a list of more that I want to do. Specifically, I have a bend curves video coming up that I want to release as well. So feel free to drop your ideas or questions that you would like to see in a YouTube video about Zbrush. And I will answer them as best I can. It always helps me give you guys the content that you want and need as well. Just subdividing it up a little bit and manipulating it. Let's turn off transparent and kind of smooth down some of the areas that are protruding. You don't always have to push it. And we can also come in and kind of inflate some areas. Well, listening to Justin Timberlake in the production room right now, and it's the vibe. Justin is the man, I will say. For transparent on, you can use Alt-Z project to pull your core to the surface. Then you can push it back a little. I use it a lot to clean up the undercuts for for molding. Oh, cool. Alt-Z project. Alt-Z project. Interesting. Okay. Here, let me see. Project. Hold on 1 second. Wait, is that a brush or is that with the Z project brush? Okay, that's what I thought. Z project. Yeah, I actually love the Z project brush. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's really cool. Interesting. Okay, I definitely have to be careful with some areas. Yeah, I've only used the project on the positive side, not the negative side. That's really cool. That's a really good trick. I like it. Nice. Yeah, that definitely like hits it. But I'm noticing it is pulling a lot to my details. I want to be careful on how that does. How that be do. That is really, really cool. The other thing too, I do want to grab this guy. And we're just going to go ahead and kind of move this in a little bit so that it touches like such. There we go. But thank you for that. That helps. Yeah, it'll help fill all those little gaps. Indeed. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. I like it. Yeah, I'll pull all the way up, but smooth and a little flatten, push back details. Yeah. Well, yeah, project on the negative side, meaning holding Alt. That's how I think of it. When I click Alt, usually Alt is does the opposite. I accidentally touched right there. But yeah, if you use Zproject on this model, for example, let's go ahead and click it. Yeah, it usually matches to whatever's in the scene. Alt kind of pulls it out. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. Kind of smooth a little bit here and there. Nice. Dude, helpful tip. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Wait, what? You just answered that. Oh. Yeah. So basically, yeah, the project on the negative side, I'll expand on that a little bit. So basically, it's basically when you project, usually it takes your subtool and it pushes it to match the subtool underneath or what's visible. Holding Alt will do the opposite. And so Next Nox was saying, and hopefully I explained this right, is that it'll actually pull towards, they'll actually pull it instead of pushing it. Zproject usually pushes, this will actually pull it out. Alt, on any brush in ZBrush, if you hit Alt, it'll actually, it'll bring up the opposite effect of what it does. So if it usually pulls, it'll push. If it usually cuts, it will add, etc., etc. You're not alive. Exactly. Get that caffeine. Hopefully that answers that question right. But right now we're stuffing this arm to make it watertight for 3D print, and so utilizing Zproject definitely helps with that. I also like to come through with the inflate, and I'll kind of trace some of the seams and inflate those areas just a little bit. So before I weld it completely, and have little gaps and holes, I'll just kind of trace to make sure that they're touching, so that when a Dynamesh is, because how Dynamesh works is it will look at the model, it will take account all the holes, it'll try to seal those holes and delete what's on the inside, making it one solid piece. But if there's holes in random places, it will actually fail. So that's where Zproject and Inflate can really be your friend. But you need to have a watertight model or else it won't print correctly. So hopefully that answers your question. Also, too, the standard brush is a great brush for moving material and pushing details around without actually getting rid of those details. So, very, very useful. See, like right here, for example, there's a little hole right here. So I'll inflate these two pieces together, have them touch. Just looking at all of this, making sure this all is connected. Yeah, I hate it when I get cavities in Dynameshing. Bane of my existence. It really is, and it sucks so bad. And there's nothing worse than thinking you got it, hitting it, and the Dynamesh ripping your model apart because it found one hole and thought, oh, well, let me show you all the other holes. Yeah, so it's really imperative to make sure that everything is connected the way you need it to be. Yeah, and I bet too. I have only done a little bit of cast and mold, so I can only imagine that getting cavities in a mold is probably detrimental. That stuff. I'm gonna use the move brush, and we're gonna kind of push this hand a little closer to his saber. Get all that in pretty good. Go. The time to fix certain things you notice are wrong. Plates. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Go ahead and save this. You're on your lunch, yay! Sometimes you can duplicate the part, do a low Dynamesh, then project to the part. Yeah, you can do that. I've ran into problems with that method too, but you definitely can't do that. I usually try to only project the high subdivided details back to the Dynamesh when welding everything together, because I get that like that chainmail shredding where it's like all the little holes and it still looks like the shape, but it's a bunch of particles. But yeah, pretty much the thing to remember with prepping your models for 3D print is you always have to kind of troubleshoot something. It's never a clear cut and dry. It's just the basic rules that you try to follow is make it watertight, try to make it watertight by making sure everything is connected as well as it can be. Try to hold on to details, so you don't want to continuously Dynamesh because you'll keep shredding your details. You're going to have to fix details when you connect certain things, so don't be afraid to resculpt aspects back into it. Those are all the little factors you have to keep into mind, and that helps you troubleshoot when you're trying to figure out how to cut your model up for 3D print. I find it more effective to work with a high res and slowly down res it, and then project afterwards so that I keep the high details as long as possible. But that is computer dependent. I used to have a machine that couldn't do that, and you had to like basically decimate everything, then recut it. So it's all a trial and error process, and you just do the best you can to make it as clean as possible. Like here, for example, I don't want this to be all one solid piece. And so you can pull this out like this. Kind of get that going like that. And then maybe clip curve down something like that a little bit if you can. Or do a light smooth. Let's do that Z project. So I can Z project this sphere to the top part, smooth certain aspects down. It's all just figuring it out. Taking your time. Sometimes it's easier too to clean up once you've merged it together. Sometimes you're just fighting the model. But the things to keep in mind with 3D printing is gravity, 45-degree to 60-degree angles on how it's going to be supported. Those are all generally going to help you out. Using H-Polish right now to create kind of a flat surface, lightly smooth, and give myself something to cut into a little bit. There we go. That's one. That's one arm. Let's go ahead and save that, and let's move on to the second arm. And I'm going to show you too at the end of it how to check your model for to make sure that it'll even print without too many holes, and to actually fix those holes if you do find them. In fact, let's actually do that right now. So let's go ahead. The way to do that is to insert a cube, something like this. Make it bigger than the object and bring it above. Okay. Then what you're going to do is you're going to drop that below. You're going to turn on live Boolean, and then you're actually going to cut against. Then what you're going to do, you're actually going to just raise and lower that cube. And if we zoom in here real quick, you can actually see all the parts that are not connected. Now, when we Dynamesh, some of this might go away, so it's a little early to tell. But with this cube cutting against the model, this is actually how it would print in a resin printer. So you kind of want to just take a look at that and see like, oh, there's holes right there. I can come in there. For example, I can come in here, grab this piece, then maybe move that and fill that in, just like that. Come in there, fill that in, come in there, fill that in. So now that's filled in, and that's a solid piece. That's how you would check that. And you could just turn off live Boolean when you're done. And then hide that piece. So that's how you can check to make sure that it's actually going to print and not have too many issues. But usually Dynamesh will fix a lot of that once it realizes parts that are together. Dynamesh is pretty good that way. Okay. Actually, what we'll do is let's merge that down into the arm now, making that one piece, and we'll leave that alone. And let's do, here, we'll call this we'll rename this 3D print check. 3D print checker. Zoop. And we can just have that. So next time, actually, let's do this. Let's have this up top. Let's scale it all the way up so that we know it will incorporate the entire model, and turn that off. And that'll be our checker. All right, now we're going to do the exact same thing with this guy right here. So we're going to go ahead and take our IMM primitives brush, which is I believe it's BIT. Yep. We'll take an insert sphere, we'll drag that on. Go ahead and split mask. That way now we have this. Go ahead and stick this in the middle, stretch this up. Then let's actually just start off with the Z project. Let's see what we get. Holding Alt. I'm gonna have to squeeze that in a little bit more. Boop. That, stretch that out. You can go ahead and inflate this here on the edge. Going pretty good. I'm going to try your method of posing when I get to that point, but I'm also going to try rigging my character with Rigify too. Nice. Yeah, I like the posing features in the rigging system in Blender. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. And you can get a lot done with it. Just so I'm personally so used to just doing it all by hand that I stick with what works half the time. And also too, I kind of like concept pose. I know my poses they change drastically. I'll go back and I'll adjust something, I'll save it, I'll like it for a little bit, then I'll change something, and I'm like, I don't like that anymore. So that's where for me rigging in rigging in Blender kind of becomes a problem, because I'll want to send it back and try to avoid going back and forth too many times. But I do more of the artist approach, like the I'm not a traditional sculptor, but I go with that approach where I'd rather just move it by hand. Weird that way. Just want to get this character to the printer. Heck yeah, dude. And your character's looking really good, brother. It's looking really, really good. So keep at it, man. Alright, we're gonna use the snake hook brush. We're actually going to pull this all the way around like that. Subdivide it again. Take all of this. I'm gonna go ahead and inflate it. Start getting a lot of that connected. Move down some areas that are torn, re-inflate. Turn off transparent. And now let's take our Z project brush. Project that back down. Thing to remember too, guys, when you're prepping your model for anything, there's not an end-all be-all method of doing it. Just kind of try to see what works and make your judgments based off of that. Yeah, no problem, dude. And Peter, thank you too, man. You're a super helpful dude. Always has awesome and amazing advice, so keep at it, dude. Can't wait to see your characters come to life. Did you ever finish merging your shoes and stuff together? Did you get that lace issue sorted out? I know you're talking about. There we go. There we go. Look at that. So we're just kind of looking at everything. I'm even smoothing some things down. Make sure that, we can always bring in some more detail. It's not like we don't have the detail brushes anymore, so don't be afraid to smooth things down if you kind of clip it a little bit. A lot of that will get fixed in the Dynamesh phase, but take our move brush and kind of, instead of inflating everything, we'll kind of pull some of it. Smooth some spots. Pushing some of it together. Boom. Like that. That down a little bit. Just a back and forth little dance. So we lost a little bit of detail here, and that's okay. Also, you can use the trim dynamic brush kind of come in and trim off some of those edges. I find that to be a very helpful brush. Grab this. And Control Z if you don't like what you're getting. And inflate this area a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna have to add some detail back. That's okay. That's okay. Before we finalize this model, we'll end up making sure that all the detail is even throughout the entire model, which is one last final pass before you actually send it to the printer. So, end up making sure. Give me 1 second. Down. This in a little bit. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. All right. So, bloop, 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 bloop. Go. Back with the inflate brush a little bit. So just the back and forth little dance. Again, once we dynamesh it, we can clean up some of these ridges that are tearing, redetail those areas, and it will be good to go. The main important thing is that everything is merged together the way we want it. Especially if you're doing stuff for any type of molding. Of course, that's the other thing too. Depending on how you slice your model will depend on the model or on the manufacturing side. So if you're doing things for 3D print, you get away with a lot more than you would if you were doing something for like injection mold. So really make sure that that manufacturing process is the forefront of all your decisions. All right, looks like we got stream radars. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Well, we'll turn that down so we can hit 28 units. Popping on my knuckles. Yeah, there it is, there it is. You guys rock. We all know what time it is. All right. And we have 3 winners. TWC Blank, Kit Kat, and Cardegg. Good job, guys. Good job. That was a super easy one. You guys want to do a 4? Do a 4. Let's do it. Ooh, the 3D printing nerd is doing a live stream and giving away 25,000 in 3D printing stuff. Everyone should be there. Nice. Good for him, dude. All right. Do it. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Corny Loop. Lupe? I like that. Awesome. Thank you so much for the follow. Corny Lope. Is that how you say it? Corny Lope? That's a good... Yeah, Corny Lope. Hopefully I said that right. Sorry. I tend to butcher names, and I don't mean to. But feel free to ask me any of your ZBrush 3D printing questions. I am here for you. All right, so this is our main guy. We're going to go ahead and merge this left arm down into the rest of it, just like that. So now that's one piece, and we can go ahead and check the rest once we merge and Dynamesh that together. And we're just going to continuously do that. So we're going to do that with the body next. Let's actually put the body down here like this. All right. Now let's check what the body and the legs are going to be doing. This part's important, so we're actually going to rename this bottom body. Or actually, let's rename this body bottom. And then let's rename this part body top. Try to name your tools so that you understand how you're naming them. That's always helpful. So the important part here to remember is that the pants and the skirt are one piece. So the way this intersects is important. So we will be cutting this against itself. So we do want some sort of separation. But we want to make sure that it's separation in a way that makes sense and doesn't seem like a cut line. So we're going to be hiding our cut within this body. So some parts will actually be a little loose. Just like that. Actually, that looks pretty good. Go ahead and sew that out. Now we're going to go ahead and fill this in. So let's grab our primitives. So BIT pulls up our ZBrush IMM primitives. Pull a sphere out. I'm going to go ahead and split unmasked. Gives us this. Turn solo mode. Now we're going to kind of prep this in here a little bit. Now we're just going to stick this piece in there and start moving it around with our move brush, filling in the parts that we know are going to need to have closing of need to have the holes closed or welded. This also helps thicken up some parts that need to be thickened in general. We can actually just stretch this down, subdivide up a little bit, really stuff his back. That. Shove that in there. Again, a lot of where I'm putting the sphere is where you're not going to see anyway once this model gets put together. So really okay to kind of get in there and don't be shy with how you merge things around. I go ahead and I turn this back on. Okay, so this does project out a little bit, so we can push that in. Go. All good things to remember. Something like that. And let's even go with the inflate and inflate some of that in place. Fill those holes. Exactly. What's up, Atomic Studios? How you doing? Go. Lightly inflating some of the spots where I know it's going to connect. And then again, checking with its mating piece. Moving some of that down. Still need to be some cleanup once we get to that phase. Doing all right, man. Just touching up a figure to print from ages ago. Oh yeah, I've been there. Actually, just printed one of my early models from earlier this year that's just been sitting on the shelf. Finally got a chance to print and paint it. It was pretty cool. Yeah, getting tons of prototypes done. Nice. Yeah, I've seen you really active actually on your Instagram and Twitter. So see you posting a bunch of stuff. You were doing some uh printing and then cast and molding recently, weren't you? Okay. All right, I'm looking at this arm right now. I'm really kind of trying to figure out what I want to do with that. That's going to be interesting, to say the least. Okay. This actually might decide how I turn around and cut the arms again. Even though we fixed up some of it, I actually might end up filling this whole void, cutting back into it, creating a key that then locks in place. So I'm going to have to go in and fill a lot of this. I think that's going to be the best approach. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, getting parts ready to make a master gray cast, then onto painting. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. Well, I super enjoy watching your process online, man, so keep it up. I love it. All right, let's go ahead and grab the primitives again, and let's do what I talked about. So let's go ahead and grab, okay. Let's grab the body type, or the top of the body. Let's put a sphere in there. Let's go ahead and mask. We'll go ahead and split unmask, and then we'll move that sphere around, just like we talked about. Kind of weld that in there. Still going to be a seamless cut, but this will just kind of fill in all these spots. Just like that. Smooth that down. Okay, once those are done and our QC and good, we can do a small scale production. Nice! Super awesome. That's so cool. Watching the manufacturing process of collectibles come to fruition is just so enjoyable. It's actually what I'm most excited about as I dive deeper into studying for articulation. It's just such a cool process, and being able to take a printed piece and then turn around and make it into a mold is really fun. So I want to do more of that myself personally, just because 3D printing can get expensive just a little bit. Okay, we're going to go ahead and use the Z project down the sphere a little bit, and then lightly smooth, and I mean lightly. Some of that. That way we don't push it back in like we had done originally. And as you can see here, still is going to hide that key of that arm when we stick it in the socket, so that's going to work. Yeah, articulation is crazy, isn't it? It's super crazy. Hello, hello! It looks amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are just getting the model prepped for print, and we've been working on it for almost 3 hours. I'm going to take a quick little 15-minute break in the next 30 minutes or so, just to get something to eat. But I'm streaming till 3, but this is pretty much prepping for 3D print takes a good time. I'm streaming for 6 hours, so it'll take about all of that. But thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. I can't wait to print them and have them sitting on my shelf, to be honest. It's gonna be awesome. All right, let's add in another sphere. Bloop. Like that. Let's go ahead and split unmasked. And notice I'm keeping all of these pieces separate, guys, and that's because I don't want to be having to mask and hide off certain areas. Just easier to kind of stuff it back in, hit transparent if I need to, and then merge it back together when needed. Want to see what I'm making? And I can't wait to see it. Yeah, I would love to see what you're making. Absolutely. Post an image. You can post an image link, or you can join a Discord full of amazing artists and talented people, and just people who want to have fun. And then yeah, you can post it there too. Awesome. Here you go. Sweet. Let me click on it. Bloop. Nice. Ooh, that's cool. Are you making this in Blender? Oh, that's really cool. I love the outfit too. Nice. And is this going to be for printing, animation, a render? This looks cool. I like it. Very nice. There we go. Now we're going to go ahead, take our Z project tool, project back the sphere a little bit. Such a powerful tool. And then a light smooth to push it just a little bit under that surface. Project again, light smooth, project again. There we go. It kind of helps just get it in there. Yeah, Blender. This is for a VR game, and thank you. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, VR is getting bigger and bigger, and I love it. I'm gonna have to eventually get onto VR myself. All right. Yeah. Okay. So this will pretty much kind of cap in some of those areas. It's still going to need a little bit of cleanup, especially back here. But for the most part, this is pretty good. Start getting ready to merge together. I'm not going to merge his... not really going to focus on this area just quite yet. Maybe, actually. You know what I'll do? Is I'll mask that area off. Invert that mask. And let's do a light inflate. But we won't protrude past the shirt. Not yet. We don't really want to deform this too much. Kind of weird if we printed him a belly button. Been trying ZBrush Mini like you told me last time. I want the full one now. I know, right? It's super addicting. Yeah. Mini's fun though. Mini is really fun. Honestly, I really recommend utilizing ZBrush Core. That's what I bought the first time when I was first turned on to ZBrush, and they've really done a great job making that very functional. It has some limitations, but I believe the main limitation that bothered me the most was not having subdivisions. It was stuck on a Dynamesh, but I think they changed that. So... But yeah, the full version, I mean, there's clearly a lot that can be done with the full version. But I recommend, though, buying the full version outright, because the payments to Pixelogic, they'll bleed you dry over time. And so if you're able to, that's what I'd recommend. But I know that can be a hefty drop. And when did I start sculpting? I started sculpting about 4 years ago. I already had some CAD 3D modeling experience because I spent 12 years in aerospace, and I worked on CNC mills and lathes. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. And so I did a lot of basic 3D modeling and CNC programming. But I started sculpting about 4 years ago, and it's just been a pleasure ever since. It is probably the funnest thing I've ever done. Through subscriptions, long-term investments for sure. Yeah, I'll buy the full one with commission money. Heck yeah, do it. Yep. I know, I want to get a bigger printer, so I need to like throw together some... I gotta get a few more commissions coming in, so then I can get a bigger printer so I can actually start creating fuller sizes of my prints for my clients. That would be fun. But it's been a little You know, end of the year's happening, so trying to push through. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at everything we have so far. We're gonna go ahead and back this up. Let's hit Shift X, kind of blow this figure into pieces. Okay, let's merge those together. Let's see where we stand. So let's go ahead and merge down the body. These little slots, we're using to fill. Down, merge down. Perfect. All right, so that's all one piece now, which is perfect. We have a similar background. Automotive engineering before 3D printing. Madman. Nice, nice. Are you looking at the Mono X or the Horizon Transform or something? I was actually looking at the mid-size Elegoo Mars, the Saturn Pro, I think it is. I did look at the Mono X, but I can't remember the price on that. I can't afford a massive one, but I need one that can print like an FDM printer. So I do need kind of that big bed, but I don't want it. I don't need like 13 inches of pure bed size. I really gotta like look at them. I've kind of just quickly Google searched and said that would be cool wish list, but didn't actually like get the full specs on it. So somebody recommended the Mono X to me a month ago, and I put it on the wish list to look at it. So I definitely I have to start weighing options. It will be nice. Okay, how much time do we have on Stream Raiders, guys? We have 12 minutes on Stream Raiders, and then I'm gonna take a little about 20-minute break, just get something to eat, and then we'll be back until 3. So let's see where we're at here. I think we need to start dynameshing things down, projecting details back, and getting those things ready for actual slicing. And that's where we're going to notice a lot of problems. So let's do a quick save, then we'll save another file type before we start dynameshing in case we screw up and we need to go back at all. Which I'll tell you happens a lot to me. Definitely happens. I'm gonna go again. Need to enter work mode. Take care. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I get that. Same here. Mono X or the Saturn on the list. Trying to replace the Form 2 that we use. Oh, nice. Did you not like the Form 2, or is it just like dying? Well, shit. I got a model all finished and found around, and then found some issues that needed to be fixed in the slicer. Because I was an idiot and I have to go back to the start to fix this. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that'll happen too, man. That'll happen too. That's why I really like the 3D print checker system. I've kind of, Shane Olson kind of brought it up in one of his videos, but I kind of like tried to take it a little further and really check it out, and it's very helpful. So, it's definitely a good method. I highly, highly recommend that. All right, let's save a new file, and then let's start dynameshing and projecting. It's fine, just Formlabs will stop support on the model because, plus the materials do get expensive. Oh, okay, yeah, I totally understand that. Yeah, I've heard great things from Formlabs, but I have heard that it's a hefty machine to run, so yeah, I get it. Okay. We've already dynameshed the head, and we don't need to dynamesh it again. It's already dynameshed. We will need to cut the head against the body when it's time. So we're going to go ahead and skip that one. Come down to the arm. We're going to go ahead, turn everything off, duplicate his right arm, and now we're going to go ahead and dynamesh it. And again, I like to use Dynamesh Master for this. So let's plop this over to the side. No blur. I find that blur kind of really softens things, so I go 0 blur, and I'll do about 2 million on the poly count. We're at 7, basically 8 million, so this will take it down at least to a quarter of what it was, with hopefully not a whole lot of detail loss. But again, we can always just sculpt that back. There we go. Okay. So now if we look at this is the non-Dynamesh version. This is the Dynamesh version. And not too bad, actually. It looks pretty good. Autosave. Gotta adjust that. Autosave is killing me. Let's go to preferences. I believe that is quick save. In minutes. Let's do every 25 minutes. There we go. Let's do that. Okay. Quick save is murdering me. All right, now we're going to go ahead and go to project. And we're going to go ahead and project the details back. See what we get. Nice back for thing. Like I said, I'm going to have the most sense to give it a seamless look will allow us to print a little bit bigger each time. Okay. So you can see here we still get a little bit of detail loss, but everything looks to be pretty welded together. We can turn this part off. We can turn on our little checker, turn live boolean on. Take this below. Okay. Now what I'm looking for is basically holes. I can bring this down. This looks pretty good, actually. Yeah, that's pretty good. So all I did was take a big cube, for those who are new, put live boolean on, hit subtract, and now I'm just dragging that down. That will act like how the machine will print. I'm looking for holes, and doesn't really appear to be much of anything that's going to be destructive, so I like it. Actually drop this all the way down to the bottom. Turn that off. There we go. So that arm is good to go. I like that. So with this original right arm, we'll go ahead and delete that one, which was 8 million. Now we have this arm here that is 630,000 polys. You can see right up here. Not too bad. So it's a lot better than 8 million, and it's solid, so perfect. Let's go to the next arm. We're just going to repeat this process with every piece that we have. So duplicate the arm, Dynamesh. Right. Like we got a little bit of tearing right here. Yeah, we have some tearing right here. Which honestly was a little expected. I'm gonna try to inflate this area a little bit. Gonna definitely have to fix some of these details. To Dynamesh again, so I'm not gonna project this one back to itself. We are going to kind of Dynamesh that and try to fix that. See what we get. And then, of course, if it doesn't work, then we just delete the duplicate, fix the original, and try again. Go. Look at the other ones. Even use a little bit of clay buildup. Really soft alpha. Let's do alpha 6. Kind of get in there and just manually put some material back in there. I mean, as far as tears goes, this is not the worst. but you don't want to spend all day fixing it if you have to go back and fix the original model. So see how that works. That's not too terrible. Okay. Now what I'm going to try to do is project the details back. We did fix a few little issues. Let's see if we can project that back and if it can read. It may not, but let's find out. What's the worst thing? Project all. Here we go, here we go. Here we go. See right there. Ooh, 40. Ooh, not too bad. Alright, definitely got some tearing. Yeah, we got, alright. We got some tearing that's not worth keeping. So, we're gonna do, inflate some of this area again, kind of clean this up. We're gonna fix this manually. I actually think we can do this fairly well. I had a feeling this was gonna happen, but that's okay. Because actually, when we put the details back and match to the other arm, we can just contrast paint and some of that will be okay. I also wanted to fix this area here with the damn standard by turning on lazy mouse. Kind of cutting that separation back. Just like that. So yeah, I'm okay with this. Yeah. Yep, I'm liking that. That looks good. All right. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to take the H polish and some of those areas that were really high up, we're going to go ahead and polish those down. And then we'll re-detail them with actually just using the new contrast brushes. I think you guys are going to really like that. So what I'm going to do is turn on the other arm. Let's go ahead and delete this 3 million one. Oop. Rename this one. Okay. Now what we want to do is make sure that the details relatively match. This right arm, I'm sorry, the left arm actually is a little softer, but not too, actually not too much. That's not that bad. It's a little softer. So we could take the contrast brush, we'll go contrast target. We'll actually just pump up some of the areas a little bit. Yes, thank you. Turn off live boolean because that lags everything down. We're just gonna lightly touch some of these areas and boost these up. Just help with some of this. Like that. Because this is worn away armor anyway, you don't have to, doesn't have to be super pretty. Yeah, those details are popping now. Grab that arm. Oop. There we go. See here, some of that put back. This contrast brush is so freaking awesome. Really helps make those details pop. And yeah, digging it. I think this is good. So which printers are you using now? So I own 2 printers. For my resin printer, I have a Epax X1, which is about the size and equivalent to an Elgumar's standard. And then I have the Ender 3 Pro version FDM printer. Amazing printer. I love it. So those are the 2 that I have. And I rarely do mixed media, but sometimes, like my Vegeta, I don't know if you saw that one that I posted on Twitter. That one was mixed media. It had the base that was FDM that was about that big. And then I used Vegeta. I printed him in resin, which was really fun. Why can't my monitors have anti-grav tech? Just float where I want them to. I know, right? That's insane. Why not? I don't know. Or that would be amazing. All right. Let's go ahead and save this. Okay, guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and save this out right now. And then we're going to do Stream Raiders. I'm going to start the next one. And then we're going to take a quick 20-25 minute break max. Just I need to get some food. Hungry. And then we'll come back to work. Yeah, man. That's why you need a mid-size resin printer. Indeed, I really do. So bad. Well, I figure 2021 is going to be my, I've already wrapped up the end of the year with some of my commissions, so now I'm going to try really hard to push commission work and get some projects underway, get some bills paid off, so I can look at getting another printer. That would be awesome. All right. Stream Raiders. Let's do it. Guys, this is level 4. Early on. I think we can do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Gonna end up with a farm. I really am, right? Just watch. Look at TWC Blink with that turkey. Yo, go. Yep, dinosaurs are always killer. It says there's 6 of them. This is it. Here we go. Okay. We're still in this, guys. We're still in this. Yeah, archers need... There you go. Start shooting from afar. There we go. Yep, that lowers them down. Come on, Sky Sniper. Yep, there it is. Woo! There it is. Good job. So I'm out for today. Time flies so quickly. We'll see you tomorrow and have an amazing stream, everyone. Martin, buddy, you hang in there. I love it. Enjoy the rest of your day, evening. I think it's evening now for you. Enjoy the rest of your day. And yep. And I know time does fly so much. That's because it's twice as fast, buddy. That's what happens. All right. And Peter, Death Sacrament. Good morning, sir. And Carde. There you go. All right, guys. So with that note, go get some tea, go get some food, take a little break. If you've been sitting with me this whole time, stand up. We're gonna start the next Stream Raiders, and then we'll be back, battle the next Stream Raiders, and then continue working on getting Grogu ready for 3D printing. I'm gonna drop in a gold monkey, right there in the middle. That'll be good to go. And as you can see here, got all this set up. Still pretty hefty file, to be honest. But this is going to be awesome. I can already see him floating around on my desk. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Evening, yeah. All right, I'll be back, guys, in a few minutes. And we'll do more fun.
Summer, we're landing at the hilltop. Between us, share a teardrop. I'll miss you when you lift up. You lift up. Oh, hold up. The hammock where the wood stop. I'll lay with you till night stop. I'll miss you when you've been gone. You've been gone. You say you
Welcome back, guys. Stream Raider time. Believe it or not, happened. We'll never talk about it again. Okay, so Stream Raider. I'm glad you got that figured out, Colin. Yeah, sometimes turning off and on again is the best solution. But a lot of times, what you could do is you can actually come up and you can restore your custom configs, standard config. It's weird. Sometimes it's weird, but you know, when in doubt. When in doubt, turn it off and on again. That's what the show IT crowd has done for me. All right, we're gonna save this real quick. Go to Stream Raiders, and let's get on to the battle. Battle time. Blah, 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 blah. What are you working on? Murder these enemies. We could do it. Go. Here we go. Hoo-hoo. Yep. Come on, let me smack him with my cane. There we go. We did it! Woo-hoo. Awesome. And the winners are TWC Blank and... Oh, I'm going to try this. Tingo. Hopefully I said that correctly. There you guys go. And let's do the next battle. Level 3. Yeah. Alright. I'm going to use my paladin again. Stick him right here. Paladins are fun. And let's go back to Zbrush. Alright. So far, this is where we're at with our Zbrush model. If we hit Shift X, it kind of blows your model up. Then we're going to go ahead and hit F. You can see all the little pieces that we have to work with so far. We still need to merge his necklace to his jacket, so let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll get going on finalizing stuff, dynameshing, projecting back final details, getting it as low res as possible while still maintaining all the details, fixing, sculpting, things that broke, adding contrast back to it, and then we're good to go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. So let's go ahead and get the pendant. Let's move that up to the jacket. Let's go ahead and turn everything off but those two things. Hit F on the keyboard. Allows you to zoom in real quick. And honestly, at this point, it is probably best just to select the pendant that we need. And then a big old brush. Big old move brush. And then just stick it right in there. Like that. So this will actually end up printing, merge together. Grab this necklace. Gonna get that blown up in there. We can even go to our deformation, go to inflate, and kind of inflate that up a little bit. Things get a little exaggerative sometimes when it comes to 3D printing, so there's a little bit of leeway there. Go ahead and blow that up there. Same thing, we're gonna grab this. They're gonna grab this guy, as well as come in here, grab this ring right here, switch those over, mask those out, and then we're gonna inflate those like that. Might be a little much. Go. Then we'll go ahead and we'll move this down into what it is so it becomes one piece, or at least it looks like one piece. Here we go. Just like such. There we go. Beautiful. Now for this one in particular, before we merge it to the body, we're going to go ahead and duplicate that, solo this out, and then we're going to Dynamesh this one and make sure, since it's almost 5 million, we'll make sure that it is merged together correctly, details back, and then merged to the body. What did you guys do while we were gone? I had spicy hot ramen, or spicy ramen, and it was good. But man, was that spicy. Deliciously so. Alright, here's our necklace. Let's go ahead and take a look at the details. And honestly, there's really not much difference that we can't fix with the contrast brush. We're just going to go ahead and delete that high one. And we'll keep that as it is. Now let's work on the body. Alright. So where things get fun. So what I'm going to do, so I'd save it 100 times. Pro tip, don't touch your eye after preparing spicy ramen. Yeah. That is a very, very important tip. Good job. Right, yeah. That's fair. Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this body. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and alright, yeah, we're going to go ahead and merge things together. Yeah, let's do it. You can tell my hesitation. I'm not gonna lie if I'm not nervous. It's 5 million. This is where all your prep work comes into play. Nothing's worse than hitting Dynamesh, finding out that your whole model broke. Closing holes. Thinking, guys. Thinking. We're going from 15 million polys to 2 million polys. Don't want to interrupt Zbrush when it's thinking. Not what you want to do. And what's cool is we're actually going to fix some of the detail on the jacket, and spots that I'm seeing are just a little blasé, so to speak. Really punch those up once we get to the final resolution before we start cutting. I personally don't like cutting on a decimated mile because I hate dealing with triangles. I'd rather deal with Dynamesh. So, if anybody's wondering, that's my process. Just gonna let Zbrush think for a minute. Hello, man. All right. We'll let Zbrush do its thing. We'll pet it gently. It's okay. It's okay. We've all learned that sometimes when working with high models, that you just let it go. Let it go. You'll be okay. What is everybody's Christmas plans? What do you guys got going? Waking up, drinking coffee, or hot chocolate, or eggnog with whiskey in it? For those who are of age properly. I want to make real hot chocolate. Agree with that, synth. Every letter of that, I agree with. All right, so for those of you who are wondering why it's taking so long too, besides the high resolution being dumbed down, is that ZBrush does have to factor in all of the little aspects of where it should get rid of certain parts of the model, where it needs to weld, how to connect and merge those vertices together. This sometimes on a super complicated part can take a very long time to do. It just depends on your model, and in this case we have a lot of layers within Grogu, so there's a lot to calculate. And sometimes you can make it easier on yourself by prepping and getting things cleaned up a little bit, but they're so you can't like factor every situation. So sometimes you just gotta kind of have to go with it a little bit. A worst case scenario is that we're stuck here for too long and then it finally crashes, or it actually produces something that then turned around and you decide if you can work with it or not. This is usually the part where I would go make a pot of coffee and stand around and have a conversation with somebody. Make a phone call, play on my Switch. You know, typical stuff. Because with ZBrush thinking, there's no stopping it. Boop, 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 boop. Woohoo, Gumroad stuff. Nice, nice. Alright. Probably gonna wait another minute or two. See if it goes through. It's really thinking hard, guys. Really thinking. Maybe if we talk crap to it enough, it'll say things like, "Gosh darn, mercy me, this should not be working." Alright, let's close it. Let's close it and let's try again. These are big files. Again, this is part of the process. Alright. Yep, totally fine. And we saved it. So we get to load. Grogu 3D printed. This is why I save so much. Zbrush! Exactly. Well, you know. It's destined to happen. Yeah. Zbrush! So you just gotta hold that note. Zbrush! 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 Alright. Let's try to do a few things to make this a little easier on ourselves. Zbrush. Alright. We're going to go ahead and take the inflate brush. We're going to go ahead and clip this guy, mask it out, invert that. Grab this one. And we're going to kind of puff this up a little bit. Just a little bit. That colliding a bit. Actually grab this one, pass that out. Okay. Go. I guarantee there's some complicated pro. Actually, what we're going to do now, sometimes this helps too. We're going to go to deformation, come on down to inflate, and we're just going to inflate it by 1. Maybe 1 more. Sometimes that alone will be enough to kind of let it click. All right. And let's go ahead and save. Okay. Let it think. Go ahead and copy that. All right, here we go. Let's try this one more time. Plugin, Mesh Master. Let's go ahead and drop this over here by clicking that link. Turn off blur. Try 2. Save one more time. And here we go. Okay. And let's do it. There we go. Closing holes. Lincoln. Closing holes. All right. Let that go for a second. See what happens. This is just what happens when you're doing lots of layers. And you can't speak. That's what happens when you have a lot of layers, and it's just trying to stack it all onto each other and connect itself. If this breaks it this time around or doesn't work, then we'll fix all the other parts of it. And I may have to do this portion off stream or because it's very repetitive at this point, guys, and you kind of get the idea of what's going on. But like I said, I like working with big files because it ensures high res throughout the process, but this is one of the downsides to that. And it's not always efficient. So you have to play around a little bit and adjust this workflow. Boop, 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 boop. Well, if you guys have any questions while we think. Hi, stream. Nice board, he says. Festive board, he says. Hi, stream. I like that. ArtStation challenges. So I got tagged in an ArtStation challenge. I'll have to take a look at that. Ooh, iPhone 12 scan. This is what NextKnock's showing. Must be of his Ford. That looks pretty cool, man. Don't know if you're still here. Yeah, I think so too. Enjoy. Come on, Zbrush, think for me. Please, you could do it. I beg of you. I'm sorry I put you through all the dangers of the world. Well, here, while this is thinking, I try to keep this as entertaining as possible. Let's go ahead and actually look at Stream Raiders for a minute. 12 minutes in. Go home for a second. Let's look at my store. And let's go ahead and buy something. And buy a bunch of scrolls. You don't pay no tolls. We don't get no rolls. Oh. Lovely. Alright, upgrade this. Good. Go. Need scrolls for that. Got no money. Spent it all. Oh no. Oh. Yeah. Alright, let's see what Zbrush is still doing, guys. Oh, look, it's a wait for program to respond. Sometimes that works. Oh boy. Well, isn't that just a beautiful sight? This really just looks so fantastic. Think you need to buy a Zbrush coffee mug? Heck yeah! Alright, so what this indicates is that we have a lot of holes within the model itself, and it tried really hard to mesh and get all that figured in. So, I'm gonna go ahead and okay. Okay. There's a few different ways we can handle this. Let's go ahead and delete that copy. All right, when you get problems like that, there's a few ways we can handle this. And they're not always a guarantee, but the main one in particular is that this is a 15 million poly model. So this has a lot of, it just has a lot of points in general. What we could do is we can actually duplicate this, okay? And then we're gonna go ahead and take our gizmo, center this back home, open up our little gear icon, and we're gonna try remesh by union. What this will do is actually try to stitch it all together as it is now, which will help merge things so that we can have a better guide. So let's go ahead and hit remesh by union, and let's see. If not, because this is the most complicated piece, we're going to need to go in and actually add material throughout the entire model, really just making sure that it's welded correctly. Boolean operation cannot be performed. Okay. Not sure why I tried to Boolean it, but whatever. We duplicated this. Let's go ahead and hit accept. Now we're gonna kind of really sort some stuff. Other thing that can happen. Play around. Let's play around. What's going on in the world today? Go ahead and click inflate. Let's inflate this again a little bit more. Really want to see if this is going to work as a whole without killing ourselves too much. Is we can go ahead and do a standard Dynamesh just to see what the model looks like as it tries to weld itself together. Usually this will destroy, but it'll give us an idea of what it looks like, but it's not necessarily, we're not obviously going to stick with it. So we're going to go ahead and turn groups off. Actually, thinking thoughts of thoughts and thinking. Let's keep groups on for a second because everything is auto-grouped. Let's just turn on Dynamesh regular and see what it does to the model. With keeping groups on, a lot of times the way keeping groups on with Dynamesh works is kind of like with ZRemesher. It will try to Dynamesh each piece by itself individually and then not weld them together. And that could be helpful too when trying to troubleshoot where things might be breaking. Proven fact, prevents Zbrush from crashing. Right. All right. Let's see. This is a very interesting thing that's come up. We could actually decimate this down and then Dynamesh project details, that sort of stuff. Which actually, if this crashes or doesn't work, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. We'll go ahead and we'll decimate it down to nothing. Like a very low number, like 20%, and then that will help stitch, and then we'll Dynamesh. So we have a few options. troubleshooting is always the best part. I love chewing on ice, by the way. We got 6 minutes. Zbrush is too busy thinking. I am asking it a lot, by the way. You know, those of you who might be new or curious, I am asking it to Dynamesh from 16 million polys down to like nothing. So there is a little bit of pushing it to its limits, so to speak. Okay, let's go ahead and close it. Totally fine. Plus Ultra, that's where we push our programs. It's why you save. Always save. And because I know everybody asked for it, I'm going to tell you right now. You all need a little red wax. Look at that. Look at how beautiful that is. Oh, everybody wants red wax. All right. Go ahead and turn everything off except for the tanky, toppy body part that we want. This guy right here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to try to decimate it. So let's go ahead, go to Z plugin. Let's plop it over here. Let's go to Decimation Master. And we're going to go ahead and you want to kick this at about 20% of its original model. So we're going to pre-process the current, and then after that, we'll try to decimate it down. Need about 20 mugs there. Yeah, exactly. Going on the hunt for hairbrush. Obviously, for my character, since I'm bald. Oh man, I thought you wanted an actual hairbrush. I don't think I have that much cabinet space. Yeah. So, XMD has some cool stuff. But, you obviously kind of want it a little bit more, pardon me, a little bit more stylized. You don't want to wash all of them. No. Have you tried the Macon hairbrush or the SK hairbrush? Those are pretty good brushes. That's the one that I got, but it was in raw format. Oh, so all you have to do is we have to extract that, and that should, or is it just literally they saved it wrong? You're on Mac. Oh, you could still 7-zip. 7-zip. You should be able to do that on Mac. Check them out. I used to use that all the time. There's another one I'm trying to think of that was good for Mac. Didn't want to install another compress. Oh, well, I mean, Mac's compression systems are unfortunately a little lacking. I wish they had more of like WinZip, but 7-zip was pretty good. Hala, I think, was another one. You love tar. Do you have tar Z or just tar? And then PackZip. Surprised they don't support it. Yeah, I'm just being lazy. At least you can admit it. I would check out 7-zip. I think you'd like that one. When I was on Mac, I had a lot of different I think I had like 4 or 5 different compression software on Mac. Yeah. Yeah, 7-zip was what it was. There's another one too. Yeah, this one. Does that do? This is the one I was thinking of. Pika. How you say it? That's the one I really liked. Yeah. You can check that one out too. Pika. K-E-K-A. Gzip and tar are based in Unix base system. Yeah. Yes, they are. Very true statement. I know that is still the problem with like Windows with PC. You made Judy's hot cocoa from the Santa Claus movie? Nice. I'll just make my own brush. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Make your own brush. I can also send you the brush extracted. Wow. For Judy. Or is that your desire? She is thousands of years old. I'll have to check that out. Binging with Babish is such an amazing show. Alright. Zbrush is still thinking, but the decimation process still takes a long time, guys. I'm really sorry about that. Battle begins! We can do that while we wait. Sorry, this is the part of the technical stuff I hate showcasing sometimes. It just isn't usually helpful. But it's okay! View the battlefield. There we go, there we go. Celine is coming in with the kills. Hey, what's up? We're just murdering people, and I know you're helping. How are you doing? Go, there we go, there we go. All right. Come on, you can get it. Doing the same thing again. Yeah, Inspire. That happens all the time, buddy. Isn't that frustrating? Here we go, one more enemy all the way over there. Shoot it! Come on! Is this archer screwed? Nope, there it is. Yay! Well, look at those assists. I know, dude. 12 assists. That's awesome. That gets an extra SpongeBob. All right, that girl tab. Woohoo! There you go. Item rewards. Let's go up. All right, let's get my reindeer happening right there. See what Zbrush is currently doing. Hey, oh. That processed it. That didn't actually do it yet. Now, we're going to save that pre-processed decimation. And now we're going to go ahead and click decimate current. Once you pre-process decimate, you don't ever have to do that again. You can adjust this number however you need to. It's already factored in how to decimate that. So if I wanted this to be a little higher, I could do that. But we're going to see what 20% looks like. I'm going to go ahead and decimate current. And it should pretty quickly populate 20% of that 16 million polys in triangles. And let's see what it does. That's not too bad. That is not too bad at all. Guys. Okay. Here we go. There we go. You can see the denser areas. Okay. This isn't terrible. All right. Good to know. Go ahead and we'll save this. Exactly. All right. Now we're gonna try to Dynamesh this. So the thing is, you can go back and forth between the two, no problem, but you definitely want to be cautious with how you approach the next phase. So we look at the full version, which is the 15 million, versus the decimated version. That's actually literally no difference in detail. So we're going to go ahead and delete the very first one, cutting down at 50 million, and we're going to save a new file. That way, if we need to go back and pull that full high res, we'll have it in a previous file. And now we're going to duplicate this one, and then we're going to Dynamesh it. Now, decimation does not seal the way Dynamesh does. It doesn't clean up the inside of your model. So if there are still flaws within it, we're going to have to fix those. And let's check that now, actually. So let's go ahead and turn this guy on, hit live Boolean. Now we're going to kind of cut through and let's see where certain problems are. There's a lot of problems on the inside. Okay. What I'm seeing is actually putting geometry doesn't make any sense. Okay. That might explain a few things. Go ahead and gonna get rid of that.
Oh, there you
All right. Might explain a few things, but we definitely need to get the sealed up before we start fixing it. So we've saved it. Go ahead and duplicate it. Let's go ahead and try to Dynamesh it. Now it's only 3 million. Dynameshing it down to 2 million shouldn't be an issue at all. Should be a lot easier. So, troubleshooting. Yay. That's a mate. That's a mate. Yeah. The other thing, too, that I could do is, now that it's been decimated, I can auto groups. If this fails, I can auto groups, and then from there, try to delete what doesn't need to be there on some of that floating geometry. Do it. Just closing holes. I am trying to dynamic so here we go. See what kind of errors we get. Nasty. Okay. So what this tells me is that there are massive holes all throughout this entire there are massive holes all throughout this entire collar. Okay. Let's go ahead and just delete this one. Come up. Well, let's see what we can do. So let's go ahead and hit auto groups. So if you come over to polygroups, auto groups, May have to do. Take this. Let's Control A. Shift A. Trying to now just remove a lot of the imperfections. I think we can fix the collar by itself. We may have to do that. And then re-weld it back together. As that's obviously the error that we're having at this point. Perfect. We have that. Let's go ahead and let's go to geometry. No, let's go to subtool, and we're gonna go split hidden. So this happens sometimes, guys, where it's like you find out that the problem is, in this case, the collar. Now what we're gonna do is just work with the collar. So let's go ahead and save it. Okay. And now we're going to go to... We're actually going to try a quick cheat. We're going to take the collar, and we're actually going to inflate this by a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, let's actually go by, like, 7. Let's take a look at what the jacket looks like in comparison. Okay. Cool. Now that we have this, we're going to go ahead and Dynamesh this alone, all by itself. And hopefully that will just kind of, now that it's all inflated, it will recognize and close some of those holes up and fix those holes. Collar, I hardly know her. That's a dad joke. I love it. But oh, that's funny. Collar. Now I'm thinking of that. My dad did that thing with Dad used to have the sniffer joke. His sniffer's a glass. It's terrible. Are there any way to change the hotkeys for the viewport? Oh yeah, you could change the hotkeys. Zbrush is completely customizable with hotkeys, as well as from the buttons, the UI layout to the hotkeys as well. Yeah, completely customizable. All you have to do is go up to Preferences and enable Custom UI Edit, and then you can play around. Want to use the Alt like other 3D programs? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, 1 second. ZBrush is currently doing its thing. Wrong button. Close holes. Yeah, let it think. I'm in the middle of troubleshooting, but I will definitely. Hello. Yeah, see here, there's issues that we're maintaining right now. Unfortunately, lots of issues. We're gonna have to back that up. We're gonna have to fix some of that. This is a real big issue. That's terrible, Casey. That's terrible. Oh, that's hilarious. Anyway, okay, so if you want to do custom, well, first if you want to do a custom UI to have certain buttons, but you're looking at hotkeys, so you can save, load, store all your type of hotkeys. But real quick, because it's been a minute since I've done it. I personally don't use a lot of hotkeys. Okay, so you want to use a hotkey for, let's say, like a specific brush, then what you would need to do is, like, for example, we'll just do it with brushes. You select the brush, you hit Control Alt together. It'll actually ask you to press any combination of keys that you would like to use. You then would go ahead and do, let's say, like Alt I. Now it says that custom hotkey is assigned and enabled. So if I had my standard brush out here, for example, and then I need to get to that inflate brush, Alt I would take me over there. No, brushes hotkeys specifically want to change viewport, pan, exhume. Oh, I don't know if you can do that portion. I just know you can hotkey certain features. Not entirely sure if you can edit the way you enable the viewport. It's really weird in ZBrush. Yeah, ZBrush is a little weird, XF83, but I don't think you can customize it that way exactly. So, sorry. Yeah, just the way, just holding down Alt and navigating, right click, navigating. That's I don't think there's a way to change that. But if I find out how to, I'll make sure to mention it. I'm gonna go ahead and just restore my hotkey real quick. Okay. Now we need to fix this. So this is a problem. Okay. Trying to think. So dynameshing isn't working on this the way I want it exactly. So what I think we're going to need to do is I'm going to go ahead and take the clay buildup brush, pick a soft brush. We're going to have to sculpt some of these details back. But what I'm going to do is actually come through. Actually, let's take the inflate brush real quick. I'm going to kind of... way. Yeah, true story. I went to the quick stop and this nice girl came in, paid for her stuff. I left, went outside. Her car was the same make, model, color as mine. Went to her car and almost had me. That's hilarious. That's funny, dude. That's really funny. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna come to my shortcuts real quick. Actually, we'll just come up to brush, auto masking, just to show you guys where it's at. Turn on back face mask, and we need to fix some of this stuff here. This is all pretty bad. We're getting a lot of collision with the model itself, so I'm gonna have to come through and tediously clean it up a little bit. Also gonna take the clay buildup a little bit, kind of add some more material in some of these areas. She sounds really nice. It was 100% an accident. I'm sure it was, buddy. I'm sure it was. She believed you, right? Just kidding. Alright, back face. Let's make sure that's not colliding too much. Oh boy. Set up a little bit. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay, what we're gonna do real quick is there's a certain brush I need. So Nexnox would be proud if he's here. Don't know if he is though. Kind of an awkward opening. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go 3D. Because Shane Olsen has some great brushes. There's a fill brush that I am really looking for. So I'm going to double click that. Come in here. I'm going to turn on back face. And we're going to kind of try to fill this in. All nasty. Well, well, well. This is where rubber meets the road. All right. I'm sure. Yeah. All right.
Oh,
Okay. We're not going to keep groups turned on. Let's try to dynamesh this normally. Let's see what we get. Not boding well for what we want. Yeah. Wow, still causing massive issues. I don't like that. Okay. What happens if we just hit close holes? What kind of feature does that do? Irony is that week or two ago. Yes, that's what's happening. Every time it tries to close the hole. And it's happening within these sections. It's getting gross, guys. You know, what's funny is I had a feeling this was actually going to be an issue. So, I'm going to actually try to re-topo this. And try to do something. I don't like what I'm about to try, but at this point, no harm, no foul. I'm going to go ahead and smooth all of this down. Stop acting up. Replays and sure asking me about my car. Seemed obvious, but about what happened before. Yeah, right? Alright. Okay. Okay. What we also could do... let me double check this. Let's see. Okay, there's something I'm looking for in particular. Give me 1 second. I think it's under geometry. All right, mesh integrity. So when you have issues like I'm having, a lot of times might be easier to check your mesh for integrity and then try to fix it. So we're going to back this up a little bit. Okay. I'm going to back this up a lot. Right about the time that we split it. So I don't want to change this as much as I have. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So under geometry, down at the very bottom, there's a thing called mesh integrity. And we can go ahead and do a check mesh integrity feature, which will pretty much scream at you. And then we can hit fix mesh, and this might fix that. Mesh integrity test fixed. So hopefully, maybe. Let's look at it one more time. Mesh integrity test completed successfully. Okay. Let's actually just do an attempt to close holes instead of trying to dynamesh it. And let's see what we got. There we go. Maybe that'll help. If not, then I'm going to have to think of another way to do this. And we'll just move forward and finish the other stuff. And we'll come back to the collar and jacket last. That way I feel like I've at least accomplished a few things. Did not fix it. Son of a biscuit, man. What the frick? Okay. Could re-topo this, actually. Okay, you know what? Currently, at the moment, let's come back to this for just a second. Go ahead and take our H polish. Kind of clean this up a little bit. I've kind of broken it. The light's smooth. Let's come back to it. This is a really hard part to fix. Just not enough mesh there. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and save it. Alright, let's go ahead and save it, and let's just move on to some of the other stuff. First, we'll leave these last. Let's actually take the collar, kick it all the way down. Take the jacket, kick that on down. And let's actually come back to these two. We'll fix them at the very end. So right now we'll leave the pendant alone. We have the bottom part of his feet going okay. Go ahead and inflate this a little bit too. So go to deformation. Go ahead and just kick this up by like 5. Give us a little bit of geometry to play with. This is 7 million, so we're going to go ahead and duplicate that. And then we're going to Dynamesh that. Dynamesh master at about 1. No blur, and let's do that. All right. Ooh, that too had some issues right down there at the bottom. I do, yeah. Really happy about that. Even tried to fix some of those one point, but not all of it happened. Okay, let's take the clay buildup. Kind of go over some of this. Move some of this down. We build up with our back face mask turned on. All right. Go inflate. You inflate enough with Dynamesh, it usually comes around and welds itself. You may have to do that with a collar too. Give that a go. Perhaps. Yeah. Sometimes the way this thing works is just a little baffling. Oh, that somehow made it worse. Okay. What's up? Okay, we need to figure this out. Go ahead and delete that version of it. Why we duplicate. Okay. Alright, now I'm in troubleshooting mode. Don't mind me. It's gonna take a minute. I'm having some poll issues. I need to sort those out. Let me see. Let's actually go back to the collar because I have an idea. Okay. Duplicate this collar. And we are going to Z remesh this. Not going to keep groups. Z remesh it. Yeah, let's go target. Let's do target 10. Let's see what a Z remesh will do. Very curious at this point. I don't generally like to Z remesh at this point, but I don't think there's another way around it. That actually wasn't too bad. Okay, let's go Z remesher. Let's do Z remesher at like, just go at 25. I don't go that high usually. You want to keep that number as low as possible. But in troubleshooting terms, you start trying different things you wouldn't normally try to fix them. That. Okay. Then what I'm going to do at this point, turn double off. Center this here. We're actually going to go remesh by union. That's what's killing it right there. Okay, let's do auto groups. One second, guys. Let's go to delete hidden. Go. Delete hidden. Looks like we have a lot of just different stuff on the inside that's just causing grief. Actually, look at that. Complete hidden. Okay. Oh, that looks fine. All right. I'm going to go ahead and save this as a new file completely. We're really just trying to sort this. All right. Let's do stream write-offs. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Make me think a little bit too. And personally, I think the troubleshooting aspects are way more important in the figuring out process than it is just getting it right every single time. So hopefully you guys don't mind bearing with me on that. Selena's behind you, that big one, yes! Shoot it! Yes! Shoot it! Good job. That! Ooh! A few more enemies, guys. Just a few more. Baker's dozen. A regular dozen. Oh, just a slow build up. Those portals need to go. Get it, get it, get it. This little rogue over here. TWC blank rogue is just hitting this portal by his lonesome. Everybody's just leaving him alone. Artie's been swinging nonstop. There we go. One more enemy. One more enemy. There it is. There it is. Good job. Good job. 12 and 23 assists. Look at that. So, Kit Kat, Peter, and that girl. There you go. There you go. Right. Alright, got some scrolls to collect. Some coins. Yeah, I can use some of that. Money! Alright, so back to troubleshooting. Again, I do feel like these are the more important things. Although, sometimes it just feels a little tough and frustrating, but... Alright. This is a level 3. I'm going to put my Snow Flame down. Here we go. Shadow Flame. Snow Shadow Flame. Snow Flamey Flame. Alright, and back to Zbrush. So now we're rebuilding this collar. And this is what we may have to do for the rest of that stuff. We may have to separate it out. This is why you don't merge everything right away permanently. You just group it together, but keep it on its own polygroups. So if you need to re-separate, you can. But at this point here, it might be pretty good. Let's go ahead and try to stitch this back together. So let's hit the W key. Let's go to Zero Mesh by Union. That's still tearing. Son of a biscuit. Understand why it's tearing at this point. So we got a lot of holes, that's why. Ooh boy. Okay. Split hidden, now we're gonna split this all apart. Okay, one piece at a time. First things first. What happens if we close holes? That's what happens. This is the piece that's killing us. Back this up. Sure, this isn't helping either. Yep. Also not helping. Okay. Try something. Figure out how to get it here done right, then we'll figure out on the other side. Okay. Okay. We could try something too. Let's go to... I believe it's not blob. Where are you? Curve bridge. try to stitch these together. Now wait for it to respond. Oh, there we go. A crazy error. Okay. Really pushing ZBrush to the max today, guys. Yeah. Save that project file. I think at this point, the only thing to do is to probably rebuild it. And just load this project back up. Oh, look at that red wax. Yeah, get it. All right. Let me think. Boy, oh boy. You really did a number on this one, didn't you? Backface mask. Take some of that. Okay. Not blob. A blob is a really cool brush. Not what I'm looking for right now. Some random thoughts. Thoughts and thoughts. What if the big one? That's nasty. I did not mean to go that big. Try that. Now we be troubleshooting for real. I'm really unsure of how this is gonna go. Never had such broken mesh before. I think. What is the worst problem you guys have ever broke? What's the biggest thing or problems you guys have had before? I would say this is probably the biggest problem I've had where things just don't weld together. And some of that is my fault. The way this collar was built, not that great. But I'm gonna try something. And you guys are gonna laugh, but we got this Dynamesh version together, right? And the details are okay. Let's try something really crazy. Let's go to Subtool. We're going to go ahead and duplicate this. Okay. We're going to go ahead and put transparency on. I'm actually going to scale this down out here, like such. Literally like that. Lighting within itself. kind of stretching up a little bit like that. Okay. Now the fun part begins. I'm gonna go ahead and actually turn on live boolean, cut this against itself. And we're gonna have to rebuild this, but I have an idea that might be kind of cool. So we're gonna cut this against itself, and then we're gonna go down to subtool, boolean, boolean mesh. We don't care about subdivisions because we don't have any. Fine. Now we have this guy right here. Live boolean off for a second, turn that off. Go ahead and delete hidden. That didn't really work out the way I wanted it to. Okay. All right. So instead of duplicating it on itself, go ahead and we'll delete this one. I'm gonna take this guy right here, grab a primitive cylinder at this point. Go ahead and split unmasked. A move brush. Now we're going to try some experimental ways of doing things. Never done this before in particular, but also it's going to take me a long time to rebuild by hand. So if I can get like a little bit of a shortcut put in there. Something like this. Cut against it. Might be able to work with that. Just maybe. This is really interesting, but there's 100 ways to do it in Zbrush. We're going to subdivide that up a lot. So we want to kind of try our best at what we're doing. Okay, we'll take that. Go ahead and cut it. This is something like this. Really want to take the original collar. Come in on the inside. Slightly push that geometry towards our object. Something like that. Let's give that a shot. Boolean mesh. Probably yell at you, but that's okay. Oh, that didn't yell at me. Interesting. That did not yell at me. Ooh, okay, what happens if we close holes? Really? Ooh. I'm really surprised, actually. Okay, let's try Dynamesh to see what happens. It's low poly. Let's try, yeah, 1,000 is fine. Okay, we might be able to work with this. That's not terrible. It says with a super surprised. Look. Plate some of these areas. Lots of rebuilding, guys. H polish now. Gonna go through and clean some of this up. See if this ends up working and retexturing the way we want. And if this is the case, then we know how to fix the other ones. Go ahead and Dynamesh that again. Once we get the tearing stopped, everything becomes a little easier. Actually surprised that kind of worked. Plate this area a little bit. I'm using backface mask on so that way it's not tearing the other side, so I'm not worried about it. We ended up getting something. Not too bad. Have to retexture this anyway. Okay. How about them apples? Okay. I am a little surprised, but in the best way possible. I think we can work with this. Go through and add some of this clay buildup on there. Polish that down. That's okay. Go ahead and copy that. Bring this back over. Delete this one. Delete. Delete this one. We have that guy as our original. Go ahead and paste. Okay. Miss anything? No? Okay. Nice. I love it. Okay, now we're going to go ahead with the collar and we have to redetail it. Let's go ahead and actually turn on Lazy Mouse. Fix up some of these areas with the damn standard. There we go. Just like such. It's definitely more important in the decision process to get the details on the outside the way we want them. We can worry about the inside later. Right. Actually, not too bad. Okay. What we're going to do now is to add a little detail back. So we're going to take our standard brush, we'll take our spray and our alpha 7. Going to kind of mask off a spot that we need to texture. Like this. Do this to the sections we need. Go. Go. Some of that texture back like that. We'll do that to all the sides we need. We also need to make sure that back face mask is on because we just pour through the other side. Go ahead and kind of match that a little bit. Go. The exact same thing over here. So now we're just rebuilding. And then we'll try to merge it all together. And we got to do the same for the pants. But that's how you kind of troubleshoot. It's really just trial and error. All right, let's go ahead and save this. No. Good afternoon, Doug. Dude, how you doing? Good after you, my friend. How's it going, buddy? Saving is for the weak. Wow, you missed a big crash. And you actually, not sure how long you've been hanging around, but you might have missed a couple troubleshooting errors too. That's all right. We're getting it. Getting it. Slowly but surely. You know, she has nothing to do with it. Ouch. All right. There we go. Oh yeah, sorry about the crash. It happens. It happens, man. We didn't get crashes. We wouldn't have the features that we have. Alright. Right. Kind of just welding that stuff back together. There we go. It's okay. How's everything else, man? If we didn't have crashes, we wouldn't have so many pills. Yeah, that's it, right? Oh. Alright. This actually kind of helps us out a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna go through and re-detail everything. A little bit more. Actually take the, there you go. Trim that down a bit. There we go. All right. This might be more successful than this was. All right, we'll save that once we're gonna go ahead and try to duplicate this body, hide that, merge this down. Now we're gonna try to dynamesh it all together as one piece. Fingers crossed. So here we go. Go up to Z plugin, throw this over here, Dynamesh Master, no blur, 1.5 mil. Let's go. Let's see what we get. Going meh. Kids and wise presents. Yeah, is she really gonna love the new? Yeah. No. You look funny. Hey, look at that. It worked. Doug, you showed up and you saved the day. Look at that. It all worked. I'm just happy. Just happy that it worked. My Christmas present to everybody is hi. How are you? You're on my list of favorite people. Okay. Okay. There is a bit of surprise in my voice, but in the best way possible, because I've been troubleshooting this piece for about, well, it feels like too long, but there we go. Now we make sure the rest of it is sitting correctly. Phew. Guys, we can save it. I'm sorry things are going mad though. But things are here okay. You know, just trying to figure out, you know, how the year is gonna end. Trying to get certain projects together. Yeah, man, just trying to hang in there. All right, this is solid. Now we're gonna go ahead and do details later, so let's go ahead and rename this. I'll call this body. Officially the top body. And all right. Now we need to fix this part because we were getting this exact same issue here on his cape, or on his on these portions here. We need a split hidden. And what we need to do is, I think we can get away with the way we did this before. So let's go ahead, duplicate this. Okay, on this, let's go ahead and delete this one. And delete this body top here. Now we have this one. Okay. Let's go ahead and dynamesh it. Ooh, dynamesh. We're gonna get that breaking and happening on the inside, but we're gonna try to cut the way we did with the other one. Maybe. Are you dynameshing to make these for 3D printing? Not sure where you're at here. Yes. So this whole stream has been about dynameshing for 3D printing, getting it all together. You know, I'm gonna try here real quick. I'm gonna try something. If this works, I'm gonna be happy and almost sad at the same time. Yeah, but we're trying to get this prep for print, which it's pretty much an all-day event on it. I'm gonna use try to use the curve bridge on this. Bridge all of these together. See what happens. Um, I've had a lot of issues today on how some of this has been connecting. Really got to zoom in here. Not sure if that's gonna work. Find out. Never seen curve bridge used for this. Interesting. Yeah, I've used it to close holes before, help guide it. We're gonna see if it works though. Doesn't always. Yeah. Did not. Just tearing it. We use it for a close hold guide. Yeah, see? Okay. Anyway, back it up for a second. So we dynameshed it. What we're gonna do now is duplicate this. Gonna go ahead, hit transform, local sim, scale that down just a little bit. Okay, turn all that off. Duplicate that, turn that on. Okay. Going with unique methods, as they say. Use the move right. I know the battle's ready. But I'm gonna do something a little different. Okay. That actually might work. Go ahead and go to Boolean. Probably gonna error on me on the other side. Did. Okay though. I'm getting so frustrated with this. Let's do the battle. Then you take the original copy of and inflate it slightly and then steal the area needed to be closed and then merge this Dynamesh again to fill the areas. I've tried that a few times. That was one of my first approaches actually, and that did not work. It just kept crushing. Some of it is how it's built, and that's a little frustrating. I don't know why I have so many holes. It's actually really frustrating me why that is. I could just take some mesh and fill that up, actually. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and delete hidden. Let's do Stream Raiders, and then I'm going to do the other thing. We're just going to do kind of what we did with a sphere a little bit. In the jacket, we're just going to fill it, and then we'll Dynamesh those holes together that way. But no, I appreciate the thought, Doug. Yeah, that's... I've tried about 5 different ways of doing this. I wish there was an easier way to stitch it, but it kept stitching and welding weird. That's okay. It's not the end of the world. This is half the battle of 3D print prepping. Is getting the things that you didn't realize were problems at the time fixed. It's almost as bad as Reed's apologizing sometimes. Like that love-hate relationship with it. There it is! Woohoo! We did it! We did it! We know we did it! Well, you guys did it. I just sat here. You guys put everything in. TWC blank. Good job, guys. All right. We have about another hour left, so we got at least time for 2. Nice. Let's go ahead and go to our level 4. Time to murder. All right. Go ahead and hit that shadow flame guy right in the middle. Good, very good. And back to Zbrush. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Okay. So I'm just gonna take a primitive shape like a sphere. Back this out. Gonna go ahead and just split, unmasked. I'll show you what we're gonna do next. When in doubt, we have to rebuild it anyway. Take our move brush. And we're just going to fill this area. Fill it, fill it, fill it. Really just tearing it at this point. Move that down. Push that in there a little bit. Give it something to do. Always an interesting solution. Try not to affect the outside. That's more important in my mind than the inside. I'll divide that up a little bit. Cover that hole. Like that. We'll work with that. Touch. Actually, take a curve. Take a curve brush. Let's take a curve. Where are you? Multi-tube. Does that work? No, that doesn't work. All right. Because it's subdivided. Delete that. Try that. Do is kind of yeah. Instead of doing it with a sphere, make a copy of the masked area next to where you're filling it, extract this, and then move, hover, hold, and Dynamesh. Change most of the texture. Yeah, that's not a bad solution either. At this point, I'm just sticking with what I know. Could do that though. Give it a shot. Hit it. Try that. We can try that. Gonna have to rebuild it either way. I don't see a way around it actually. That's not a bad idea. Go ahead and actually auto group that. Get rid of that one. Delete hidden. Yeah, never a problem to not try what I might suggest. Oh no, you're totally fine, dude. I get into a habit of just doing what I know works, even if it takes longer. So trust me, it's never. Okay, we can go ahead and inflate it though. Let's try that. It's more of like just sticking with what you know sometimes is the best solution. But I'm always willing to try new things too, so trust me, it's much appreciated. Go. I don't want to inflate that. I want to grab just right. I'll click it already. Yeah. Try Harold to teach you a new trick. Yeah. Yeah. I get it, man. I get it. I'm just right now. I'm just gonna stick with the sphere trick because I want to get it done. I'm gonna just duplicate this one and move it over here. Such a pain in the butt, man. It really is. Having these issues pop up. But, you know, it is what it is. What can you do? Let's hide what we don't necessarily need to see right now. Go back here. Besides, half this texture is really easy to just plop back in. I'm not really worried about rebuilding the texture. Literally just alpha 7. Just shove this all in there real quick. Such. So Control Shift D to duplicate. Stretch that out. Yeah, that was too much stretch. That there. There we go. Push it. Get real good. Alright, there we go. We're almost done. Go ahead and hit the inflate brush. That part in. It'll be ugly, but whatever. We can fix it. We can do it. You can even get clay buildup. That pushed in there. Plate it, push it back down. I'm just annoyed I have to rebuild this, that's all. Yeah, it's okay. I'll really make sure the next time I do a skirt like this to really pay attention to how it's stitched. And that's all we can do. Personally, the inside's not nearly as important, but we can fix it. We can fix it. One more little spot right here. Control Shift D, that over, rotate that around. Hey, sorry for the silence, just learning the sculpty ways. No, don't apologize for the silence. I'm over here just troubleshooting away, trying to get it all sorted. Learn, learn, learn. Take this, clip that off. Yep, good. Complete hidden, close holes. I'm just trying to sort this, and sometimes I just need to think for a minute. Now, before we just start merging anything, we're going to go up in subdivision. We're going to hit Z project, and we're going to kind of project some of this detail that we see to it. Just not any of that. Really more on the more right here, the outside. That, project that. Okay. Project some of that floaty on there. Project some of this. Hey, sorry to step away. Did you make a copy of the section and Dynamesh at work? I was struggling with it a little bit, so I just stuck with what I know. But I'm gonna have to definitely play with that a bit more. But I do like where you were headed with that, and I do appreciate it. trying to get it. I also clipped the section wrong. That was partly my fault. Go. But we're gonna use a little bit of Z project as well. So we're just pushing this in where that would be. Come on this side. BZP for project. We'll project the detail on the opposite side. Like that. All right, let's give that a go. Let's see what we got. Let's save it in case we need to go back. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and merge down. Like such. Okay. Go ahead and try this one more time. Actually, save it real quick. Yeah, Zbrush autosave, 0.001 seconds to be saved. I actually kicked it to like 25 minutes. Oh, that's funny. All right. Here we go. Dynamesh Master. Let's do it. Ooh, boy, that's not too bad. Okay. Not too bad. Need a little bit of rebuilding, but what we can do is actually kind of recreate inner seam. Such. Trim dynamic. Down. That's not too shabby. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and just kind of subtract some of this real quick. Each polish. Back face mask on just to kind of flatten that area out just a bit. Like that. We're not tearing the other side, so that's good. A clay buildup. Like that. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and let's try the extract brush. We're going to go ahead and get the extractor. Hit G. And what I'm going to do is actually just select this section here. Okay. And we're going to kind of paint this back a little bit. Going to do a light smooth. Followed up with a standard noise brush. Put some of that detail back. Zoom in. Each polish. Buff. Each polish. Clean that up a little bit. Do the same to the other side. This is the part of 3D that no one ever wants to share the truth of with people. yeah, who are considering buying a 3D printer, there's work to be done, and it's not just press and play. Indeed, absolutely. That's actually a lot of what I want to share in my pursuit and knowledge of 3D printing. Yeah, there's just so much that, you're prepping a file, it has to be watertight, it has to be perfect. And yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into it for sure. And this is why I think it's also important to showcase the troubleshooting side. And I know the stuff can get kind of boring, but that's half of the job, right? So, yeah. And that's what's interesting too. It's like troubleshooting how to fix a 3D print, or a model for 3D print. That's not necessarily an easy answer. A lot of it is just kind of going off of what how the printer operates, and then trying to figure out the best possible way to print it. And then when you come up with errors, how do you resolve those issues? Yeah, it can be a little time consuming for sure. And tedious. Really tedious. Go. And we're going to go ahead and take that extract brush. Starts with an X. Go ahead, hit G. We're going to check that spot out. I love this extract brush. It's great for fixing little details. You don't need the RGB. Go. Take the standard brush, bring the rest of that detail back in, polish. Turn occlusion on a little bit too. Preview AO is a godsend, let me just tell you guys. Sometimes it's easier just to wipe it. Fill that back in. I'm going to take I think it's Alpha 6. If I can click it, Alpha 6. Kind of fill that in a little bit. Move that down. Rebuild some of these areas that are too thin. This whole time I'm using backface mask, and I keep stressing that because it's what's making sure I don't tear the other side of my model. I have to inflate this part right here. Now we're going to have to go ahead and actually kind of mesh this one more time to seal up some of these problems. I like the contrast brushes more so. Oh, I love them. They're amazing. Really just makes everything kind of pop. Take that trim dynamic. That part up right there. Yeah. Okay. Polish. Smooth out some of those areas. Play buildup. Add some of it back. Smooth it down. Some of that's going to be hidden, so that's okay. All right, let's take the damn standard. Basically, draw it back now. I'll come back now. There we go. All right, yeah. Add some of that detail back. Like I said earlier today, it doesn't hurt to resculpt some of the details that you're trying to put in. Sometimes it's necessary. Just paint all that back. Now, there might be easier ways to do it or more technical ways to do it, but this is just what works for me. And seems to be at least effective enough to get the results that I need to get. All right. Go ahead and fix a couple things. Even with back face masks on, you should still check back sides of the model as you work from time to time and you don't want to put 10 minutes worth of work in or something to discover. Yeah, I subconsciously check it. Yeah, because on super thin models, back face does not really work too well. You really want to make sure that you do check, absolutely. But it is definitely very helpful indeed. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Doug. Yeah, you definitely want to keep checking. Doesn't hurt. Sometimes too, I've accidentally turned it off. Not really thinking about it. All right. Now let's take a look at the model itself. See how that looks. Doesn't look too bad. This was the original, so we can go ahead and just delete that one. Yeah, delete that one. I got this guy right here. Let's actually move this up top. Pants. Rename this bottom. Touch. Let's merge it back down. What we got now. Go ahead and save it, and then we'll merge it together. For newer users, you are fully aware. Yeah, absolutely. All right, that's saved successfully. And now we can go ahead and try to merge it all together one more time. Oh, loady, loady, loady. So we're going to go ahead and duplicate that, and then we're going to go ahead and Z plugin, and let's try it. I have yet to see 5 minutes of the man with the DeLorean. I'm not paying Disney. Sorry, Walt. Wait, what? I have yet to see 5 minutes. The man. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, not paying for it. Yeah, no, don't. The mouse has enough money. Hey, there we go. Look at that. That's now welded together pretty nicely. Not too shabby. So we're going to go ahead and actually select this one. And we're going to make sure that we push those details back. We're going to have solo. And then we're going to go to project. Project all. And we're going to not see the man. Yeah. The spoilers here. Ready to say that. The spoilers here is way different than the last trilogy. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, I don't blame you. Saving. Thanks, Doug. Doug, you are a very supportive individual, and I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So we have time for one more Stream Raiders, which will push us a little late, but I want you guys to get in there. All right, so let's go ahead and delete the Biggie and save one more time. Man, guys, that was a crazy head. But that's what I mean when I said too that creating your models for 3D printing, we haven't even keyed them yet, which I'm probably gonna just do. I'll probably just do that on my own, just to get it done, because the process is almost over with. At this point now, what we're doing is just kind of finalizing some areas. Like at this point, this mesh is watertight. This mesh is watertight. This is watertight. Maybe let's go ahead and duplicate that. Everything off and on again. We have the main rock. Let's go ahead and actually just dynamesh this real quick. There is the foot there that we've connected, which will merge through the base. So now that's a solid piece. And then that's actually going to be how he's supported. And then we'll go ahead and project those details back. Right? Transform watertight. The blah 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 blah. You mean the mesh integrity? Or my gut? All right. Okay, now we have that. Go ahead and delete this one. No. You don't trust my gut? Now, the way I typically have learned how to do it is really just seeing how each part intersects with each other. Something like this. Seeing where those connected points are and how they blend together pretty well. This is actually probably the best way I know how to check it. So that actually intersects well and merges in with each other. Actually pretty good. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good on the inside. But if there is a special tool that does that and it's not mesh integrity, I don't know. At the bottom of the transform in the top ribbon, there's a feature for watertight. Is there really? The top ribbon. Yeah. Transform. Draw draft. Activate. Symmetry. Is it under modifier? Info? No. At the bottom. Analyze selected subtool? You mean this one? Analyze. Analyze just checks its the analyze selected model. This okay. I'll have to set a scale first. I have not scaled it yet. Okay. Click size, and then it'll tell you in the next window if it's watertight. Okay, we'll just try it real quick. Not watertight. Interesting. I have a feeling it's lying to me, though. Oh well, we'll figure it out. There's no reason why it shouldn't be watertight. That merged completely well together, unless there's a tiny little hole. I usually do mesh integrity and then check it from there, but we'll go back. Let's go to Stream Raiders, let's fix it, and then let's do the last of it. There's also NetFab, which fixes some of those issues as well. I just know where the features are. That's funny. Yeah, the issue I have with Zbrush is that I end up having to fix it with NetFab anyway, which is what I highly recommend people do using the Prusa slicer. But Dynamesh should ensure watertight capability from it, so I don't know. It's tough. I didn't know that feature existed, though. I'll have to look into exactly how you would go about fixing that if it says it's not watertight. Oh boy, do it, do it, do it. Get it, get it, get it. Go, go, go. Just 9 more enemies. And then we'll do one more. So we'll run a little late today. But we'll kind of get all this fixed and sorted. Because I'll also show you, Doug, how I check for it. I've never used that feature. And now I want to know more about it. Do it, do it, do it. We did it. We did it. Boop, boop, boop. All right. Let's go ahead and Death Sacrament. There you go, buddy. I ain't your pal, dick face. Well, guess what, buddy? All right. Let's do it. All right. All right, all right, all right. Let's finish the rest of this. Here, let's try something real quick. Now I'm curious. So if we go to I want to close holes. Do this. Now I've closed holes. Let's go to transform, analyze. Now it says watertight. Oh, interesting. So there you go. After you Dynamesh, hit close holes, watertight, good to go. Like that. All right. Ooh, 11 million. Go ahead and duplicate this. We're on solo right now. Let's go to Dynamesh it. We'll merge it all together. Then we'll project any details back. And then we'll close holes, and then we'll check for watertight, see if that works. Yeah, check mesh integrity and fixed mesh. That's how I usually go through it as well. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and project. Because this is true, too. A lot of times when you go to project details from one model to another after you Dynamesh, it projects back onto it itself. Okay, I wonder if you undo that closed holes and check if it would find an error. I wonder. Ooh, wait for program. I'm gonna get to lay down the one unit. I only get to lay down one unit. Gotta run, brother. For the rest of your stream. Thanks, brother. No problem. I wonder. Well, here, let's do this. So, I'm gonna go ahead and delete the space right here. Okay. So now we have this guy right here. So let's go ahead and do mesh integrity. So geometry, mesh integrity, check it. Contains 16 faces with multiple references. Okay. Okay. Fix mesh. All right, now let's check for watertight. Not watertight. Okay. So we'll go ahead and do shortcut to close holes. What I generally do. And then let's check it now. Not watertight. Interesting. That should very much be watertight. Let me let's look at the inside real quick. See, this is the way I know how to check it. Is you select half your model and peek on the inside with double. And you can see that there's no real colliding geometry on the inside, so not quite sure why that would be, but yeah, it should be watertight. I agree. So I'm not quite sure what to say there. I'm not too sure either. So, that's why we have other tools outside of ZBrush to help us out, because sometimes it's just not going to be what we need it to be. And like one of the ways I check it is live Boolean. I'll turn this guy on for a second. Okay, go ahead and do this. Bring this up for a second. Turn solo off. That down. So one of the ways I check it is I'll go ahead and put live Boolean on. I'll actually start intersecting and see if I have any errors. Okay, so the errors I have is I have a bunch of floating particles. And those particles you can see are interfering. So what that means is that there's floating geometry. So I'm going to go ahead and hide this. It's like this guy. What I'm going to do to fix that, I'm going to go to auto groups. You can find under polygroups, auto groups. I'm going to select that. I'm going to click the mesh. If I drag, now that I've clicked that mesh, I have all of these particles here. So I'm going to go ahead and hit delete hidden. Then I'm going to hit close holes. Let's turn this back on. We still have a few of them. Okay. Do that again. Let's do auto groups. Grab it. Hidden? Nope, there's nothing there. Okay. Those just might be artifacts. So what we can do, duplicate that one more time. Solo mode that out. Dynamesh it again. Let's actually Dynamesh it at a lower resolution, let's say 1. And then we'll project some details back. That off for a second. Artifacts should now show it watertight. Should, yeah. Let me try something real quick. Based on how Dynamesh works, sometimes a too high of a resolution will cause you issues too. Now we have this guy. Let's do one more time. Auto groups. Go ahead and okay, yeah, there's nothing there. Good. Try it again. Okay. Must see some of these as issues. Okay, close holes. Watertight. There we go. Okay. Neat little feature. Thanks, dude. I was with, yeah, the whole way with the auto group and delete those fragments. Yeah. Yeah. That's normally the process I take. So, okay. That's a good way to check it. I'm thinking about incorporating this into my main process now. That actually is pretty helpful. So, digging it. Okay, for this guy right here, this is just subdivided. Okay, so we'll go ahead and Dynamesh it together. Main rock here. All right. That should be pretty much it. Let's go ahead and save a final version of this at its lowest resolution before we start doing the other stuff. Now you have a new tool to put under your eye somewhere. Maybe. Yeah, actually. Yeah, I have room for it too. Look, Doug, this is for you. Here we go. I'm gonna go config. Enable customization. Oh, grab it. Where'd you go? Where did you go? Where did you go? Come on. Doesn't want to grab it, Doug. There we go. Yeah, we'll throw that right up there. Just like that. Rid of that one. That, open that up. Beautiful. Go ahead. Now I have that right up there. And save. Go here. Let's go to freaking files, the logic, startup. Yeah, interface. And I'm always forever changing that one. Boom. And just hit store one more time. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. I do like that. All right, now what we need to do is actually, before we start the keying process, we do need to scale this. So what we're going to do is we're going to insert a cube. And this is going to be a 1-inch cube. We're going to just kind of put this down here at the bottom somewhere. Something like that. Okay. And we're going to scale this up. Something like that. Maybe a little lower. Okay. Now we're going to kind of measure this off kind of haphazardly. So we're going to line up the bottom of the base along with the cube, which looks pretty good. Now we're going to hit the pin. So we want to kind of pin this. I'm going to back it up just a little bit. Get a hold control, drag this up till it's about above that model like that. And then we're going to hit 1 a bunch of times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 inches. 9 inches. We're going to go 8. We're going to go 9 inches. 8 inches. That. And I got undo pin. Move it over. Let's scale that down a little bit. Just enough. That. Do that. Beautiful. Now we're going to go ahead and hit auto groups. Like that, delete hidden. Now we're going to scale this to that cube being 1 inch. Go ahead and just send that home. Let's go up to our scale master. And with that cube selected, I'm going to go ahead and set scene. I'm going to call it 2 millimeters. Pin this over here. Type this at 25.4 millimeters, which is an inch. I'm going to go ahead and hit resize subtool. Now it's going to base all of that and resale. Yep, sounds okay. Okay. Now this cube, if we go to set scene, 25.4 millimeter. Now if we go to 3D print and go update size, 25.4 millimeter. That means that this is now a 1 inch cube that our whole scale is based off of. Rename 1 inch cube. And now we'll save this. Save this out. Do you decimate before printing? I do most of the time, but not always. Just curious. For the most part, yes, I do. But I do all my decimation after I've keyed and cut everything the way I would like it to. That's like usually the very last thing I do. Right now, with everything Dynameshed, I find my cuts to be a lot cleaner when I do live Boolean or if I cut one subtool against another, which is the next part and what we're going to be doing. It also helps me to create custom keys. But yes. Hola again. Hello, hello. Okay. Now the fun part begins. Now, we're not going to be able to finish this on stream today, but I'll kind of give you an idea of how I'm going to do, starting with Grogu's head. So we're going to go head cut. Okay. And what I would like to do, turn everything off. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate the body real quick. I'm going to try something here. Perfect. So I'm going to use the body to cut a basic shape within Grogu right now. So then I can have a clean key. Because right now, if we turn this off. Turn this off right now. This is the original shape. Cut this, and this will be a perfect fit on the inside. And then we'll add our key afterwards. So we're going to go ahead and do a Boolean folder. Cut against that. Just sent an update in Discord on the character. Ooh, I want to see. So now we have our head that's cut against this piece right here, which, as you can see, will be a pretty good fit. So I'll sit right on top there, and that'll be pretty well seamless. Now we can either add a little key knob, or we can just accept it as is. Typically, I'll add a little key by itself. Actually, I do want to do one thing real quick. I'll check the go here. Delete that head. This is what I like to do with all my models, especially when they're sized. Is this jacket in particular? What I'm going to do, I'm actually going to, let's go solo for a second. I'm going to inflate this by 2 to 3%. And what this will do is ensure there's enough space in the print. We'll go 2, inflate that just a little bit. So ensure there's enough space when we go to actually print it out. And that's why I size before I cut against each other. Solo, that's why. So now I have this. I'm going to go ahead and do that one more time. Boolean folder. And let's check that. Ended up sculpting the hair. Nice. I love it when you end up sculpting the hair. Do you mind if I show it? Looks really cool. So now that's the head that is cut against and will fit right in there. Okay, I'm going to show it. All right, sweet. I just want to make sure I do it with permission. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, you got that swoop and everything happening. I feel like sometimes it's easier just to sculpt it. Yeah, that looks great, dude. Especially since that's your concept. Yeah. Pretty cool, man. I like that. Good job. Good job, dude. All right. Now we have the head that is cut against the body. And just for fun, I'm going to take the standard brush. Let's go ahead and turn on backface mask, which is already on. And what we're going to do is actually go to dots, turn that alpha off. I'm going to increase this a little bit. It's a little thin, even for my taste. I bring that up. Check to make sure we aren't really picking too much. Yeah. Okay. Now we might get a little error here. That might happen, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. That's pretty thin. Even try something real quick where we lasso section. Soften that a lot. Bring that up a little bit. that didn't work out too well. Okay, so we may want to go in and fix that if that's going to be an issue. But for right now, that's essentially what we'll do. In fact, let's just go ahead and fix it now. Go to delete the head,
Yes.
go to the body. We'll do on Grogu's head, we'll take the move brush. Lift that up. Right there. Same here. Kind of lift that up a little bit. Fixing those issues.
Right.
Yeah, that works. All right. So there. Fixing some of those, you want to fix those as quickly as possible. Gonna bring this up a little bit too. So I'm just moving Grogu's head right now against the cut. So here we go. So come here, and then we're gonna go Boolean folder one more time. That should fix a lot of that. Yeah, no problem, dude. Yeah, seriously, man. Peter, you're killing that. You're killing it, buddy. There we go. Now we have our fixed little slot, and that should plug in really well. And again, these areas back here, they're not going to be visible. Maybe they'll be painted, but they're not going to be visible. So there's no need to spend all that time trying to correct it. Oops, got this cube right in the middle. If you're not even going to see the back of that spot, as it plugs right in there. So. Okay, let's turn off live boolean. Here. We'll save that head cut. Now, what we're going to do with this pendant is we're going to move it up with the body. And solo. Let's go ahead and merge down. Because this part needs to be merged together. Yeah, buddy. And what we can even do here is just kind of inflate the back of this against that pendant. Do that forward a little bit, so we don't need to do that. There we go, there we go, there we go. That looks pretty nice. Hey, hey, hey! Just a couple more minutes and then that's it for the day. Nice, okay. And what we're gonna do here is we're now gonna add in our custom keys. So I'm gonna show you how to make a quick key. Really, really effective, really, really simple. And so what we're gonna do, we're gonna insert a cube. And what I like to do is cube it, so initialize QQ, and I like to take it all the way down to the very bottom. I'm gonna go ahead and stretch that up. I'm gonna select the top, invert that, like the top, invert that, scale this down, and we'll maybe move it down like that, something like that. Yep, that's pretty good. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and crease everything, which I have a shortcut for that. Right under mesh, which is second polyloops mesh. And we're going to go ahead and crease all polygroups. Then we're going to subdivide this up somewhere around 24,000. That should be dense enough. Then I'm going to go ahead and Dynamesh master it at about 0.5. Gives me that. Now I have a nice, sharp, super sharp key that we can work with. And this will be my original, so I'm going to go ahead and put that down at the bottom. Rename this key. My caps lock on. I'm going to turn everything off but what I want to have keyed. For here with the head, and turn that part on. Select the key, duplicate it. I could make this a brush, but I really don't need to. Kind of rotate that around. Place it where you want. And I do have keys that I've designed and have made into brush, but kind of show you how I do it half the time. Scale that down. Go. What I do like about this is we can have our own little custom stuff. We can stretch this out, make it however we want. You really push that in there like that. Then you can go with the Z project tool. You can actually project what was extruding, or protruding, rather, right out of there. And now we have this in there. For the head, merge that down. Yep. Rename this head. Now this head has a key on it, and it's custom to that head. And then we're going to use the head to cut the body eventually, but we're going to end up doing this all with... We first have to cut and prep the arms with the body, all that other good stuff, so... Come here to rename folder. Alright. And save it. Got 3 more minutes, but this is what I'll do pretty much for the rest of the day. Get this all sorted up. We're almost done. We got most of it done. That's what I mean when I said it's gonna take all day. Alright, so what we're gonna do now is create cuts for the arms and for the bottom part. We need to duplicate the body, bring this up, and we're going to group it and call it a body cut. Actually, I lied, it's not a body cut. Actually going to be arm cut. I want to do this. Take the arms, let's put it up top. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. I need to fix the underlining areas here first with this arm before we can engage further. That's fine. Hide that. So the way we can do this, we can hide his right arm. We can actually take our 3D print checker, turn that back on. We can actually, here, grab this, scale it up. Hide Boolean. What we can do is we can actually come in here and take our inflate brush. start inflating a lot of this. Come on, what happened? You don't agree with that? That's okay. Ooh, Stream Raiders is ready. That's what matters. Okay. Go ahead and save it. And then this will be it for the day, guys. Stream Raiders! And start battle. Let's do it. We got enough guys. I know we do. 27 allies, 62 enemies. Oh, okay. Hey, it's working. We're murdering. Kinda sad you don't have points anymore? Are you no longer affiliate? Or you don't have points here? Yeah. Hey, there we go, guys. There we go, there we go, there we go. There it is. No, here? Yeah. That's okay. As much as... Hey, there you go, TWC Blank and Peter. Congratulations. As much as I did kind of enjoy figuring out with the points and stuff like that, I'm not really sad based on the direction I want to take everything. And the exclusivity clause and all the other stuff. Yeah. Like hoarding them. You can have my points. I'll give you little points. I'll sprinkle them everywhere. Look at all those assists. I know. All right, guys. That's going to be it for the day. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. You are a hoarder. I believe that. Thanks for coming in, Rush. I do appreciate it. Hopefully you're doing okay, buddy. Alright, guys. Let's see who to raid. Because, just forgot to say hi. Oh, hello! You've been here the whole time. Hi, Rush. Hi, Rush. I like it, man. Alright, we're going to figure out who to raid on the Twitch side. On the YouTube side, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Let's see who we can raid today. Zbrush Princess is going. You can raid Curdle Games. Actually, they just popped up on channels they think I would like. Interesting. Hey, Artsy. How you doing? We're actually getting ready to leave, man. Yeah, let's go over. Let's check them out. Curdle Games. He's fun. Very cool. Okay, that's what we'll do. Been working too late to catch the stream. Ah, that's okay, man. I'll be live tomorrow. I do appreciate it. We did some troubleshooting today too. I had a lot of issues coming up with this, having some issues with the model, but we're pretty much fixed. Now we're going through and fixing some other stuff. So, but this is pretty much ready to go. For those before we raid, I'll show you guys right now. This is where we are with his head chopped off. Oh, this is where we are, and we broke him up into these little pieces. So we have his arms, bodies, both upper and lower, the rocks that are going to be separated, his headpiece that we keyed, and that will eventually cut into his jacket area. We're going to cut and fix some of the issues with the arms, and then of course we'll have to figure out and cut the base against the rocks, etc., etc. So not too bad, actually. All based on a 1-inch cube, so he'll be about 8 inches tall, which is nice. Lots of ripping and a tearing. Yeah, exactly. The ripping and tearing. I love it. But here he is. Here's pretty much what he's going to look like 3D printed. And I love it. I love it. Anyway, guys, all right, we're gonna raid Curdle Games and on YouTube, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it, and let's do it.